Ladies and gentlemen, lend me your ears and your eyes. Diva Divine Light, live from Brooklyn, New York.
No delaying for what you saying, yo. Said it with my 9 million with the dilly, yo. When I be on the mic, yes, I do my duty, yo. While up in the club, I be wild in the studio. You don't wanna vibe, nigga, really and truly, yo. My main thug, nigga named Julio, he moody, yo. Like a nigga that'll slap you with the toolie, yo. Bitch, nigga scared to death, act fruity, yo. Fuck that, look at shorty, she a little cutie, yo. The way you shake it, make me wanna get all in the booty, yo. With no delaying for what you saying, yo.
Diva Divine Light.
Really my party to me. Fuck me, see just what you got for me. Put more than dance with my class to see. Still $1 in the place to be. If you really my party to me. Fuck me, see just what you got for me. Put more than dance with my class to see. Still $1 in the place to be. If you.
You're watching Diva, the Divine Light. A fun-loving, caring, passionate person who talks about sex, celebrity, and real-life issues, and even abuse. So hit that like button and make sure you share the show.
Really my party to me. Fuck me, see just what you got for me. Put more than dance with my class to see. Still $1 in the place to be. If you really my party to me. Fuck me, see just what you got for me. Put more than dance with my class to see. Still $1 in the place to be. If you really my party to me. Fuck me, see just what you got for me. Put more than dance with my class to see. Still $1 in the place to be. If you really my party to me. Fuck me, see just what you got for me. Put more than dance with my class to see. Still $1 in the place to be. If you.
Here comes the pitch, and it comes in wide. On the combo.
Ladies and gentlemen, lend me your ears and your eyes. Diva Divine Light, live from Brooklyn, New York.
With no delaying for what you saying, yo. Said it with my 9 million with the dilly, yo. When I be on the mic, yes, I do my duty, yo. While up in the club, I be wild in the studio. You don't wanna vibe, nigga, really and truly, yo. My main thug, nigga named Julio, he moody, yo. Like a nigga that'll slap you with the toolie, yo. Bitch, nigga scared to death, act fruity, yo. Fuck that, look at shorty, she a little cutie, yo. The way you shake it, make me wanna get all in the booty, yo. With no delaying for what you saying, yo.
Diva Divine Light.
Really my party to me. Fuck me, see just what you got for me. Put more than dance with my class to see. Still $1 in the place to be. If you really my party to me. Fuck me, see just what you got for me. Put more than dance with my class to see. Still $1 in the place to be. If you.
You're watching Diva, the Divine Light. A fun-loving, caring, passionate person who talks about sex, celebrity, and real-life issues, and even abuse. So hit that like button and make sure you share the show.
Really my party to me. Fuck me, see just what you got for me. Put more than dance with my class to see. Still $1 in the place to be. If you really my party to me. Fuck me, see just what you got for me. Put more than dance with my class to see. Still $1 in the place to be. If you really my party to me. Fuck me, see just what you got for me. Put more than dance with my class to see. Still $1 in the place to be. If you really my party to me. Fuck me, see just what you got for me. Put more than dance with my class to see. Still $1 in the place to be. If you.
Here comes the pitch, and it comes in wide.
Yo, 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 yo. Welcome back, guys. I apologize for being so late. I passed out. I told Sharice I didn't think I was going to make it. And now my throat is all choppy. Hi, guys. What's up, everybody? Sorry for those who are half asleep already. I was already there in my 20th dream, y'all. And I woke up and I was like, oh, snap. I was supposed to be live. And I noticed some of my sisters called me. Oh my God. So, hi guys, welcome back. Welcome back. I don't know who's in the building because I don't know if this is from you guys from earlier or now. But what's up, everybody? So, the government responded, y'all. The government has responded. Yes, let me share this paperwork. Let me get this up here. Give me a second, guys. Okay. Okay, no, that's just not opening. Why? Okay, it's being weird. All right, guys. Okay, let me bring up this document. So the government responded to R. Kelly's sentencing memorandum, which is what Bonjean had put in that stated that R. Kelly should get 12 to 17 and a half years. So we were going to do the transcript, but we'll do that another day. Because this just dropped and this is hot. I guess. I didn't even get a chance to read the document, guys. But it was filed today. Let me share my screen. Okay, guys, another thing. You guys hear me loud and clear? Give me a thumbs up, please. Por favor, before I start reading. Okay. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm still getting myself together. I apologize, y'all. Okay. Oh, wait, I gotta. Oh, hold up. Wait a minute. Okay. Because he was a moderator with his other channel, not this one. Okay. All right, Larry, you got your wrench. Hello, everyone. Hello. Yo, Amos. Yo, bro. Are you alive? Larry, are you alive? Y'all want to read with me? Because this shit is like 31 pages, y'all. I'm half asleep. I ain't gonna lie. So, yeah, now. Okay, let's see. Yo, you're welcome. You already know. All right, so cool. So I'm gonna start it off. I miss you still in here, puppy? I think I sent you the link, Larry. If you go to Messenger on Facebook, I sent it to you. Atmos, I sent you the link to Facebook. The both of you guys, I sent the StreamYard link to your messengers. So check your chats, okay? And in the meantime, I guess I'll start. Okay, so as I said, this is the United States versus Robert Sylvester Kelly. And it's the response from the government. And they stated, Dear Judge Donnelly, the government respectfully submits this letter in connection with the sentencing of the defendant, Robert Sylvester Kelly, scheduled for June 29th, 2022. In light of the seriousness of the offenses, the need for specific deterrence, and the need to protect the public from further crimes of the defendant, as well as the other factors set forth in 18 U.S.C. 3553A. The government respectfully submits that a sentence in excess of 25 years is warranted. Wepa. So, the government is being nice. You see that? You see that? And the supporters want to talk shit about the government. And they're really being nice. I mean, they're being nice, guys. All right. Bonjean said 14 to 75. The government's like, well, we really wanted life, but you know what? With all the crimes he's committed, damn it, and he is R. Kelly, we're going to give him 25 years. So, as I said, guys, 25 years is good for the government. It's good for me. It's good for y'all, right? All right. That's cool. So we gonna be good with that. Right? We're not gonna be mad at the government. It is what it is. I honestly thought that life was just too much. I mean, that was just dramatic, but he did hurt a lot of people. So, you know, we all heard life. We were like, "Wepa, yay, yes." But in reality, I didn't think that was gonna happen. You know, but 25 years is good. It's good for me. It's good for me. So, the background. The evidence adduced at trial consisted of testimony from 50 witnesses. 45 witnesses are called by the government, and 5 were called by the defendant. And hundreds of exhibits admitted at trial. A complete summary of the evidence, including the enterprise, its purpose and methods, supporting each of the counts of which the defendant was convicted, was included in the government's opposition to the defendant's motion for a judgment of acquittal, which detailed factual summary is incorporated herein by reference. As established at trial and set forth in the pre-sentence investigation report and its addendum, with the aid of his inner circle and over a period of decades, the defendant preyed upon children and young women for his own sexual gratification. In order to carry out his many crimes, the defendant relied upon his fame, money, and popularity as an R&B recording star, and used the large network of people his status afforded him, including his business managers, security guards, and bouncers, runners, lawyers, accountants, assistants, to both carry out and conceal his crimes. He continued his crimes and avoided punishment for them for almost 30 years and must now be held to account. Generally speaking, the conduct underlying the defendant's crimes of conviction falls within the following 4 categories. 1. Enticement of children. 2. The sexual exploitation of children through the production of child pornography. 3. Forced labor. And 4. Exposure of others through unprotected sexual intercourse to an incurable communicable disease, namely genital herpes, without first informing his sexual partners and obtaining consent to sexual intercourse in these circumstances. Damn, y'all, my voice is going out. I don't know why. Enticement of children. As established at trial, the defendant has a long and pervasive history of enticing children to engage in sexual activity, including when they were too young to legally consent to sexual activity. His career as a recording artist and performer took him all over the United States and the world for concert tours. Other performances and events starting in the early 1990s, and he quickly took advantage of his access to adoring fans and musical hopefuls who jumped at the chance to meet him. He lured young girls and boys into his orbit, often through empty or conditioned promises of assistance in developing a career in the entertainment industry, or simply by playing into the minors' understandable desire to meet and spend time with a popular celebrity, notably believing rightly for a period of time that his fame and role as a leader of the enterprise made him untouchable. The defendant often engaged in this criminal conduct in plain sight, doing so around and or with the assistance of others. In the early 1990s, the defendant sexually abused Jane Doe number 7, who testified at trial using the pseudonym Angela, beginning when she was 14 or 15 years old. The sexual abuse began immediately after the defendant met Angela for the first time at his small two-bedroom apartment, along with along with at least two other girls who were also in high school and with whom the defendant also engaged in illegally sexual activity. The defendant sexually abused Angela and the other girls in his bedroom while members of his inner circle were in the living room area directly outside. So, yeah, R. Kelly's people knew that he had minors in the other room. As would be a pattern, the defendant made clear to Angela and the other girls, who the defendant later formed into a girl group, and in the case of Angela, employed as a background dancer for his tours, that sexual activity with him was the price of admission to be around him and get access to any opportunities he could provide for them within the music industry. As Angela testified, the defendant made clear to her and other girls in no uncertain terms that they had to pay their dues and engage in sexual activity with the defendant at his direction and at times for violating his rules. And it talks about that in the transcripts. Oh, hold on, puppy. I got you. I got you, Atmos. I'm sorry, baby. Grown boy. Guys, I'm sorry, baby. Grown boy. Okay, brothers. Sorry about that, guys. I wasn't paying attention to the chat. I was behind the scene.
You good?
Say what's up. What's up?
You good? I'm here.
Say what's up, guys.
What up, chat?
Okay, I hear you.
What up, Diva?
What's up, puppy? Grown boy.
Grown
Let me
man.
hear you.
What up? What up? What's going on?
Okay, I hear you now. All right, just wanted to make sure I heard you guys. All right, so I also gave you guys the document. I don't know if you can see the information on the screen. Can y'all?
Indeed.
Okay. So I'm gonna finish this page. Atmos, you want to pick on the page number 3?
Sure.
All right, cool. All right, so let me go back. Now again, I'm gonna go off the screen, y'all. All right, so now, as I said, it talks about an Angela in the transcripts, pages 3288 through 89 and 3302 through 03. So it also states that in 1992 and 1993, the defendant met Aaliyah Houghton, an aspiring singer who subsequently became his musical protege and began to sexually abuse her when she was just 12 or 13 years old. The defendant used his access to young Aaliyah, claiming to need extra time alone with her for rehearsal and bringing her on tours to show her the ropes to carry out his abuse of her. God damn, you fucking motherfucker, R. Kelly. I hate you. Oh, God. The defendant used his access to young Aaliyah to carry out his abuse of her. One time, even shamelessly sexually abusing her by giving her oral sex in the back of his tour bus while others were in the vicinity. Faced with the possibility that his abuse of Aaliyah would be made public after she believed that she was pregnant at just 15 years old. In August of 1994, the defendant gathered members of his enterprise to help him carry out the bribery of a government official so that he could fraudulently, supertentiously, why would they use that word on me? Marry Aaliyah in an attempt to conceal the abuse and avoid punishment. Not only did the defendant abuse Aaliyah, who, because of her untimely death in 2001 airplane crash, could not testify at trial, but he made her party to his criminal cover-up scheme, having her fraudulently sign a marriage application. Again, R. Kelly had Aaliyah fraudulently sign a marriage application using the illegally obtained identification to falsify claims that she was 18 years old. Atmos, go ahead, brother.
Get you some water, sis. Get you some water.
I am.
In September 1994, this days after secretly marrying 15-year-old Aaliyah, the defendant sexually assaulted a 17-year-old identified as PSR as Jane Doe number 8 and who testified at trial as Addie. After two of the defendant's associates approached her and brought her and a friend backstage to get the defendant's autograph after the performance, because Addie was just 17 years old, she was not old enough to consent to such sexual conduct in Florida. Addie was brought to the defendant's dressing room, which was filled with press and other men, where she spoke briefly to the defendant, who not only provided his autograph on her concert program, but also wrote down his hotel room number. Now, about the fact that she was an aspiring dancer, true to form, the defendant mentioned the possibility of an audition, and after learning from Addie that she was 17, had his associate clear the room of everyone except for him, Addie, and her friend. Within minutes, in that locked dressing room, the defendant began kissing Addie and her friend. He also became aggressive and moved Addie to one side of the room, held her wrist, pulled down her shorts, and penetrated her vagina from behind with his penis. When the defendant was finished, shocked and scared, Addie ran from the room with her friend. In or about 1995, the defendant met Jane Doe number 9, a 17-year-old girl, at the Florida Mall, and thereafter commenced a sexual relationship with her in violation of Florida law. And notably, Jane Doe number 9 contracted herpes during her relationship with the defendant and disclosed her diagnosis to the defendant. Hold on. Hold on. Go back. Hold on. It says Jane Doe number 9 contracted herpes during her relationship with the defendant and disclosed her diagnosis to the defendant. At the time of her diagnosis, Jane Doe number 9 was only sexually active with the defendant. Okay. In or about 1998, the defendant noticed Stephanie at the Rock and Roll McDonald's. Surprisingly, in Chicago, and had one of his associates approach her, point the defendant out, and give Stephanie the defendant's telephone number. Notwithstanding that Stephanie had informed the associate that she was only 16 years old at the time. Stephanie discarded the phone number and did not contact the defendant at that time. Approximately a year later, when Stephanie was 17 years old, she approached the defendant after learning he was at a nearby Nike store to see if he was willing to listen to her friend, an aspiring vocalist, sing and potentially help that friend with her career. The defendant told Stephanie that if he thought we could arrange that, but he'd like to get to know Stephanie, and also said that he likes to cuddle, and would Stephanie be okay with that? To which Stephanie responded, yes. The defendant then gave Stephanie his telephone number and told Stephanie to call him, which she ultimately did. Therefore, the defendant invited Stephanie to his Chicago studio, and the two ultimately engaged in sexual intercourse. Notably, the defendant was aware of Stephanie's age, as Stephanie told him she was 17 on either the first or second occasion she visited the defendant's studio. They continued to have sex over the next approximately 6 months. Stephanie's sexual. Okay, then it got some notes if you want to read those, or we could just go ahead and move on. He will be very specific in how he wanted me to be. He would put me in positions. Hold on. Do you want to go back up a little bit, Diva? Because I think there was some footnotes.
Yeah, give me a second.
Okay. Yeah, right there. Okay. So number 1, Stephanie is identified as Jane Doe number 2 in the third superseding indictment and the PSR. Number 2, the sexual contact between Stephanie and the defendant did not violate Illinois law. Interactions with the defendant were humiliating. Stephanie described those interactions as follows. He would be very specific in how he wanted me to be. He would put me in positions that he wanted me to be in. He would just tell me, that he wanted me, and he'd tell me to get undressed, and then he would position my body in a way, and he would then say, all right, I'm going to go, and when I come back, I want you to be just like this. So I would just be completely naked with my butt in the air, and just like he waited for him to come have his way, sometimes hours. Then it says here, when the defendant returned to the room and Stephanie was not in a position that he told her to be in, the defendant became very disappointed and angry, yelling at her. At some point after Stephanie was told, after Stephanie told the defendant she was 17, and while she remained 17, the defendant took Stephanie to his townhouse and directed her to participate in his creation of child pornography, videotaping her naked, and as she engaged in sexual activity with her. On another occasion, in approximately October 1999, Stephanie traveled to see the defendant in Orlando, Florida. While there, the defendant took Stephanie to a recording studio and used a handheld video camera to record Stephanie's face, and his penis was in her mouth as she was giving him oral sex. In yet another act of humiliation, the defendant ejaculated on Stephanie's face and did not let her wipe it off, instead telling Stephanie she had to walk around the hall in a more public area of the studio to another bathroom to wipe her face. During the course of her time with the defendant, he made her clear. He made clear to Stephanie that she was not permitted to speak to other men. On one occasion, she was at a Houston's restaurant in Chicago with the defendant and two rappers. Stephanie was not allowed to speak to the rappers during the meal, but heard the defendant tell them that that he likes young girls and that people make a big deal out of it. It really isn't a big deal because even look at Jerry Lee Lewis. He's a genius and I'm a genius, and we should be allowed to do whatever we want because of what we give the world. Thus evincing his clear belief that he could act with impunity in committing crimes involving minors because of his self-proclaimed musical genius status, which in his mind constituted a free pass to do as he pleased without consequence. In 2005, the defendant spotted Alexis, then just 15 years old, after one of his concerts, and thereafter began a year-long sexual relationship with her. The same year, the defendant met a teenage boy who testified at trial using the pseudonym Lewis, then 17 years old. Then you got more of these footnotes that say, number 3, Stephanie turned 18 in mid-October 1999. She could not recall whether this trip occurred before or after her 18th birthday. Alexis is identified as Jane Doe number 13 in the PSR and the government's in limine motions, and Lewis is identified as John Doe 1 in the PSR and the government's in limine motions.
All right, Larry, you want to go on the next page?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, while he was working at McDonald's close to where the defendant played basketball at the time, after first meeting Lewis, the defendant used his status in the music industry to induce Lewis to meet him again. The defendant also groomed Lewis and his family, inviting them to a party in his home, having Lewis meet him at his home in Studio Olympia Fields. When the defendant had Lewis alone, he asked Lewis, who had dreams of making it as a rapper, what Lewis was willing to do to make it in the business. After which the defendant gave Lewis, still just 17 years old, oral sex and video recorded their sexual encounter. Okay, hold on, say what? Just oral sex video recorded their sexual encounter. On another occasion, the defendant also directed a female who Lewis did not know to get Lewis oral sex while the defendant watched. Lewis testified that the defendant made clear to Lewis that sexual contact with him was a prerequisite if Lewis wanted the defendant to help him in the music business. Like others, the defendant promises to help Lewis in the music business were empty, instead just deployed to entice a 17-year-old boy to have sexual contact with the defendant and others at the direction on certain occasions to film that conduct. In 2009 and continuing on a 6-month period in 2010, the defendant sexually abused Rhonda, who was then 16 years old, a big fan of the defendant's music. The defendant invited Rhonda to his home and once alone directed Rhonda to remove her clothing and walk back and forth naked before him. The defendant thereafter engaged in sexual contact with Rhonda and then had intercourse with her at times, as described further below, making sexually explicit videos with Rhonda while she was 16. That same year, the defendant began to have sexual contact with Dominique, who was just 17 years old. To meet Dominique, the defendant relied upon the 16-year-old Rhonda to introduce him to Dominique, one of her friends. In 2015, the defendant met another young girl who testified under the pseudonym Jane at trial, who was 17 years old after spotting her at one of his concerts and members of the entourage to ensure a telephone number. Shortly thereafter, the defendant engaged in sexual contact with Jane under the guise of an audition in his hotel room and soon convinced Jane to travel across the country with him and ultimately to spend her senior year of high school living with him. In April 2015, the defendant arranged for Jane to travel from Orlando to Los Angeles to see him. Again, the defendant promised to help Jane with her musical aspirations, a false promise he used to entice her to remain with him. Notably, when Jane disclosed to the defendant that she was 17, rather than end a relationship with Jane, the defendant arranged for the mother of another one of his girlfriends, Juice, to serve on paper as Jane's purported legal guardian, while the defendant continued to travel, live, and have sex with Jane. Geronda is identified in the third superseding indictment and the PSR as of Jane Doe number 4. Dominique is identified in the PSR and the government motion in Lamine as Jane Doe number 17. Notably, in 2017, revealed to Faith that there is some females that I'm raising. I have a group of women that I raise. He says some of the women have been with me for, okay, then it cuts off. We'll get back to that.
Oh, wait. Oh,
No,
it says, oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. Gotcha. Go ahead.
During the course of time, Jane was with the defendant as described in more detail below. He prescribed a number of rules for Jane and his other girlfriends to follow, exercising coercive control over them. The defendant began enforcing these rules shortly after Jane met him by punishing her when she did not follow his prescribed rules or comply with the established protocols. Those punishments, including spankings, what the defendant called chastisements, vicious physical assaults, and confinement of Jane to a room or a bus for prolonged periods of time. The production of child pornography. For decades, the defendant also created and maintained child pornography. Several witnesses testified that the defendants recorded their engaging in sexual activity with the defendant and others at the defendant's direction. Witness after witness described how the defendant scripted every aspect of the sexual activity, acting as a writer, producer, director of each encounter. As described above, in 1999, the defendant sexually exploited Stephanie. He summoned her to his house, where he filmed her engaging in sexual explicit behavior and them having sex. Fearful that the recording might be distributed, Stephanie begged the defendant to return or destroy the recording, but he never did. To this day, Stephanie fears that the recording still exists. In later years, the defendant also recorded Geronda and Jane also engaging in sexually explicit conduct while they were each under 18 years old. Forced labor. The defendant methodically groomed the women and girls in his orbit to meet all of his sexual needs. First, he proclamated an extensive set of rules. He had the women and girls call him daddy and directed them to wear sweats or wear baggy clothing when he entered the room. He expected the women and girls to immediately stand and greet him with a kiss. In more recent years, including the entirety of the time Jane spent with him, the defendant's coercive tactics grew even more brazen. The defendant did not permit the women to speak with or even look at other men. In an elevator, they were expected to turn to face the back. While walking through hallways, they were expected to look at the floor. In commercial establishments, they had to direct their inquiries to a female employee or leave the establishment. As part of his grooming process, the defendant severely isolated the women and girls. The defendant discouraged communication with their family members and friends and prohibited the use of social media. They were also not permitted to exchange personal information with the other women who lived with the defendant. Okay, and this goes back to the side notes that was at the top. It said, notably in 2017, the defendant revealed to Faith that there are some females that I'm raising. I have a group of women that I have raised. He says some women have been with me for 5 years. Some women have been with me for a year. Some women have been with me for 15 years. At trial, Dr. Don Hughes testified that isolation, indoctrination, intimidation, subjugation, surveillance, secrecy, humiliation, collateral, all may be used as a means of coercive control. Jane is identified in the third superseding indictment and the PSR as Jane Doe number 5. When the defendant, okay, go ahead.
No, okay, Larry, you could read the rest of this here, and then I'll take over.
Okay. When the defendant arranged for women and girls to visit him, the defendant required them to spend their time waiting for him at a location that he dictated. Within a few weeks of meeting the defendant and traveling to Las Vegas with him, Jane tried to go to the mall, but an assistant made clear to her that she would need to get the defendant's permission. Jane told her mom. Everyone was having fun, but the defendant told her, do not leave the room. Faith testified she spent hours on the Sprinter van waiting for the defendant, only leaving to go to the bathroom and only when she had the defendant's permission. More generally, witnesses advised that they often accompanied the defendant to meetings, social gatherings, and restaurants and bars and other events, but the defendant often directed them to stay on the Sprinter van while he went to the meeting, gathered up or an event. If they needed a bathroom and could not obtain permission from the defendant to leave the van, they had to urinate in a cup. When the defendant learned that one woman had left the bus at a pit stop during a long-distance drive without obtaining the defendant's permission, he became enraged. As an assistant testified that when the defendant learned of the transgression, she had never seen the defendant so upset. The defendant required the women and girls to regularly write letters purportedly confessing to generally false criminal activity and other embarrassing conduct. In these letters, they falsely confessed to stealing money and jewelry. They falsely admitted concocting elaborate robberies. One falsely claimed that she seduced the defendant when she was underage and threatened to claim he raped her if he would not engage in sexual activity with her. For safekeeping, the defendant kept certain of these letters in a document protector and locked in a safe. The defendant also has certain women record videos in which they falsely claim that family members had abused them to make allegations in these recordings appear genuine. The defendant directed the women to make their confessions shortly after he physically assaulted them and caused them to shed real tears of pain. The defendant also directed women to make videos depicting themselves engaged in humiliating behavior. At least 3 women made videos of themselves eating feces and rubbing it all over their bodies. He filmed another young woman walking back and forth naked, making derogatory comments about herself, which he directed her to repeat over and over after first spanking her multiple times. The defendant required the women and girls to abide by all of his rules and punished anyone who violated those rules. He once sent in a message to Jane, I knew you were young, but that is no excuse to disobey me or not do what I tell you to do. Significantly, the defendant also required women and girls to report any perceived violation by others. The consequences for disobeying the defendant included violent spankings, other physical assaults, physical restraints, and threats. He imposed these spankings on a regular basis. Jane recalled their occurring multiple times a week for a period of years. Oh, these spankings were painful and made clear by such incident video recorded by the defendant and played for the court and jury for what he perceives as a greater violation. You can take it out right there.
All right. The defendant physically assaulted the women and girls using shoes, extension cords, and other objects in his grasp. On other occasions, he required the women or girl to remain in her room or on a bus for prolonged periods of time. On one occasion, he told one young woman who he perceived had disobeyed him that people are murdered for doing shit like this. He then told the same woman that she needed to be on his team or else. If you bullshit me now, then I'm going to look at you like you're not on my team at all. The physical abuse by the defendant was severe. For example, Jane testified that on one occasion, the defendant spanked Jane and 2 other women who then lived with the defendant 15 times after they paired off and spoke openly about their relationships with the defendant in violation of the defendant's rules. On another occasion, when Jane was just 17 years old, stood 4'11" and weighed a mere 98 pounds, the defendant beat Jane all over her body with his fist and with his shoe. Jane also testified that she saw the defendant physically abuse his live-in girlfriends. I have seen him slap his other live-in girlfriends open palm. I have seen him drag them by their hair. I have seen him punch them in their face and all over their bodies. I have also seen him hit them with objects. I've seen the defendant also use shoes. And also, once I did see him use a cord of some sort. Sometimes, as punishment, the defendant confined young girls and women to particular locations for a prolonged period of time. Jane testified that the defendant sometimes directed her to stay in a room until he determined that she had sufficiently apologized. Text messages from December 2015 to one of her close friends directly support Jane's account. She wrote, I was like, can I take a shower? Can I take a shower? And he, the defendant, was like, No, you're going to stay in the room. One of his assistants saw the defendant's abuse and contemporaneously commanded that Jane had been confined since the day before. On another occasion, an assistant saw that the defendant confined Jane again, this time for a 2-day period, and relied on the assistant and another woman to alternately keep watch over Jane. Relying on the pattern of activity described above and much more, the defendant regularly required the women and girls to engage in sexual contact with him and others upon his command, including upon threat of physical violence. For example, the defendant's sexual and physical abuse of Geronda culminated when the defendant slapped her and choked her until she passed out, spit on her, and told her to put down her head in shame. When Geronda got up off the floor, the defendant instructed her to perform oral sex on him. And after Geronda complied with his instructions, he ejaculated on her face. After regularly physically and psychologically abusing Jane and other women, he required them to have sex with other women and even men. The defendant directed when these encounters took place, who participated, and the particular sexual acts performed during the encounters, and often recorded them. The defendant regularly required Jane to have sexual contact with other men and women at his direction, including the women living with him. His assistants, Lily and Cassandra, and a man referred to as nephew, whom she had never seen prior to the defendant directing her to have sex with him. One such sexual encounter was vividly depicted in Government Exhibits 341, 342, 343. A video of a sexual encounter between the man Jane knew only as nephew, who testified as Alex, and another of the defendant's live-in girlfriends. The video showed the defendant directing the women to give Alex oral sex and then to have sexual intercourse with him. Specifically, the defendant physically positioned the women so that she was in the precise sexual position, and the defendant wanted and held onto the woman's hair as he forcefully and repeatedly pushed her mouth onto Alex's penis. The defendant maintained total control throughout the encounter. In fact, their facial expressions show two people who appear positively numb to what was happening. They just listened to the defendant and executed his commands. Again, there were 3 videos shown. 3, count them. Exhibit 341, Exhibit 342, Exhibit 343.
So why the hell do they keep saying that there was no sexual video shown in New York?
And I'm going to tell you why, Atmos. That's because they couldn't see the video. Right. It was only shown to the jury.
Right. That's it.
That's why they said there was no videos, because you couldn't see it. You fuckers. You're stupid. I can't. Let me continue, because that shit just pisses me off. I cannot. Yo, they piss me off, Larry. You don't know. I be like, yo, they so dumb. They dumb, stupid, and slow. I cannot.
Oh, man.
In fact, I'm going to read this last part again. In fact, that their facial expressions, the people that were in the video, that their facial expressions show two people who appear positively numb to what was happening. They just listened to the defendant and executed his commands. On another occasion, upset that Faith had broken one of his rules, the defendant required her to give him oral sex after bringing her into a tiny room where a gun was present, grilling her with questions and telling her that there would be consequences if she lied. With his gun nearby, the defendant then placed a pillow on the floor and told Faith to get on her knees, pulled out his penis, grabbed the back of her neck, and told her to suck his dick, and pushed her forward. So her mouth made contact with his penis. And that was in the transcripts, page 2252. Scared and intimidated, Faith acquiesced. As Faith described it, she was under the defendant's rules, and he had a weapon, so she wasn't even going to step out of line. In sum, the defendant used coercive control, exemplified by a pattern of isolation, rules, dependence, threats, intimidation tactics, physical abuse, and, on at least one occasion, the presence of a firearm. To force victims, including minors, to engage in sexual activity with the defendant and others at his direction, and to become unwillingly participants in his pornographic films he created. He was such an artist. This motherfucker. I hate you, R. Kelly. I can't. Maria.
You want me to jump in?
Yeah, I'm gonna read this last paragraph and then you got it. You got it, Atmos.
Go ahead.
Exposure to genital herpes. The defendant also exposed multiple men, women, boys, and girls to a sexually transmitted and incurable disease, genital herpes, without their knowledge or consent, notwithstanding that he had been explicitly told by his personal doctor to inform his sexual partners of his diagnosis and to use a condom when having sex. As early as 2004, the defendant had been diagnosed with genital herpes and exposed a woman who testified at trial using the pseudonym Kate, and another woman, Jane Doe 12, to herpes without their consent. Both sued him and received financial settlements in exchange for their silence. Now, again, Levi, why the fuck would R. Kelly pay these women settlement money if he knew he didn't have herpes? Can you fucking answer that question for me?
Well, and I got a question, Diva, real quick. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, go ahead, bro.
But I thought they said that R. Kelly never had herpes.
Right.
Never got married. He never had herpes. He never.
Right.
They offered him to
abuse them. They're all liars.
So he was just taking Valtrex, and he was being told to have sex with a condom because he was required to, because he had this disease, herpes. But they say he don't have herpes. I'm confused.
The goddamn bus driver told me he had to go to Walgreens to get his damn Valtrex medicine, 1,000 milligrams, the most powerful herpes medicine.
Damn, 1,000 milligrams.
1,000 milligrams, yeah. Bus driver told me that.
I remember that, Larry. Yo, Larry, you gotta throw up that freaking interview again, man. Word up. I want to see that shit. If you don't throw it up, at least send it to me. I want to see that shit again.
I'll send it to you. They mad at the bus driver. That's, you know what? Out of all the interviews I ever done, that's the one they get mad about, the bus driver.
Yo, it's true. And they're so upset they can't find it. Oh, well.
You know what I love about that bus driver? Is he didn't have no dog in the fight.
He
just told the damn truth. He didn't give a damn.
He was
just a bus driver.
His organs was failing.
Right.
Organs was failing. He just told me, man, I just want to tell the truth. I just want to come forward.
Right.
I'm glad he did.
Right. I'm glad he did, Larry. Word up. I'm glad you were able to find him and get him. I'm pretty sure the government probably questioned him as well. You know?
He was in the trial.
Oh, he was the one?
Yeah.
Okay, see, so I wasn't sure because they didn't say his name.
Yeah.
You know? Okay. Oh. Whoop-diddy-whoop-doop. Bumpy Johnson. Okay, so let me finish. So now, Okay, where was I? Exposing to genital herpes. Okay. As proven at trial, the defendant never disclosed his diagnosis to Jane or Faith and never sought their consent to engage in unprotected sexual activity in these circumstances, as did many of the defendant's sexual partners before her, including Geronda, when she was just 17 years old. Jane contracted genital herpes from the defendant, a serious medical condition she will have to live with and disclose to her future partners for the rest of her life. As Jane testified, she was devastated after receiving her diagnosis. And then it says, footnote number 11, that Kate is identified in the PSR and the government's in Lemonade motions as Jane Doe number 11. What was it said? It said that, okay, so after receiving her diagnosis, she explained, I felt that this man had purposely given me something he knew he had, a situation that he could have controlled. By contrast, when Jane told the defendant about her diagnosis, he appeared agitated and callously told her she could have contracted it from someone else. When she subsequently had herpes outbreaks, the defendant disparaged her, telling her, I think your pussy's broken. Motherfucker. Go ahead, Amos.
The guidelines calculation. In this sentencing memorandum, the defendant lodges several objections to the guidelines calculation set forth in the PSR and PSR addendum. Additionally, the government objects to certain aspects of the guidelines calculation in the PSR and PSR addendum. Each of those objections is addressed below. Racketeering Act 1, bribery related to Jane Doe number 1, Aaliyah. As the Racketeering Act 1, the defendant objects to the inclusion of a level 2 enhancement under USSG 3B1B1.4 for the use of a person less than 18 years of age to commit the offense of bribery. May 27, 2022. While the government agrees with the probation department that the defendant used Aaliyah when then 15 years old to perpetrate the marriage fraud, the government cannot say that he used her to perpetrate the bribery itself, and therefore submits the court should not apply this enhancement. B. Racketeering Act 2, sexual exploitation of a child, Jane Doe number 2, Stephanie. As to Racketeering Act 2, the defendant objects to the 2-level enhancement pursuant to USSG 2G2, which applies if the offense involved A, the duplicative of sexual conduct in the base offense level. May 27th, 2022. He is wrong. Sexually explicit conduct does not require the commission of a sexual act or sexual conduct. Sexual explicit conduct is defined by 18 USC 2256. Includes, among other conduct, lascivious exhibition of anus, genital, or pubic area of any person. By contrast, a sexual act or sexual contact defined by 18 USC beyond such conduct include covering contact between certain body parts and intentional touching of body parts. Accordingly, the enhancement is not duplicative. Rejecting a defendant's argument that where a defendant was convinced of a violation, 18 USC 2251, the 2-level enhancement under 2G21 amounted in impermissible double counting.
So in other words, I'm sorry, I'm going to cut you off. In other words, that's why they're naming it to a level 4, not a level 2, because Bonjean was trying to make it 2 points, but the government is saying it's 4 points. So I just wanted to interject there and let everybody know about the thing with the levels. Okay, go ahead.
Racketeering Acts 3 and 4, kidnapping and Mann Act violations for Jane Doe number 3. Sonya. The defendant objects to the inclusion of the guidelines calculation of the conduct related to Sonya as alleged in Racketeering Acts 3 and 4, May 27, 2022. The government submits that Sonya's testimony was credible and supported by other evidence, and therefore is properly included in the PSR, while the government submits that this conduct has been proven by a preponderance of evidence and constitutes relevant conduct pursuant to United States versus Ruggiero, the case law, because the adjusted offense level associated with the offense conduct, even absent conduct related to Sonya, carries a life sentence. And additional conduct related to Sonya has no bearing on the adjusted level offense, and the government respectfully submits that the court need not make a finding as to whether it should be included in the guidelines calculation. More case law, United States versus Crosby. It says now that the duty to apply the applicable guidelines range is not mandatory, situations may arise where either of two guidelines ranges, whether or not adjacent, is applicable. But the sentencing judge, having complied with Section 3553, makes a decision to impose a non-guideline sentence, regardless of which of the two ranges applies. This leeway should be useful to sentencing judges in some cases to avoid the need to resolve all of the factual issues necessary to make precise determinations in some complicated matters. For example, determination of monetary loss.
Wait, pause for a second. Wait, so Larry, I know you know a little bit about the law, right?
Right.
All right, so here, even though they rejected Sonya and they threw out her whole testimony, right? So they're saying here, even though her count didn't count, they're still adding points.
They're still adding points. They're still adding her to the PSR.
Right.
A PSR report. They're still adding her because they have a preponderance of evidence that constitutes relevant conduct.
Right.
And they adjusted the case law, but they're saying that it is really on the judge how she wants to sentence him under because it was kicked out, or everything they had about her in the case, she could give him life.
Right.
Right.
Now, okay, I'm glad you broke it down because that's what I was kind of
now, how do y'all feel now? How do you feel about that though? That her testimony was thrown out, but they still trying to say, well, because our evidence is sufficient on our side, even though the jury didn't find her to be credible.
Right.
We're going to use our evidence to say, hey, from what we have on our end, he could get life.
Right.
Well, it's not going to be 25 years. I can tell you that. It's at the judge's.
Right. It's her discretion. She's the one who's bringing down the hammer.
Right.
Yeah. And Greenberg made it. First of all, he's not showing any remorse. They're trying to overturn the case. So she's going to look at that. She's going to weigh the evidence.
Right.
She's gonna think about all the videos. She's going to think about all the beatings. She's going to think about all the people that testified, all the people that travel. And most importantly, she's going to think about they went to the Second Court of Appeals and tried to get her fired.
Oh, yeah.
Remember, they went to the Second Court of Appeals. If you go back and look at people she's sentenced, she's known as a no-nonsense judge. I don't think that if he get 25 years, that will be good for him. Considering.
Right.
But I don't think that it's going to be 25 years.
Right.
I think the least amount of time that he'll get in this case is 33 years, 35.
Okay. I keep saying, like, in my range, I honestly think I say between 35 and 40 years. I think she's gonna give him. I honestly, that's what I think.
45.
I say 35 to 45 years. Yeah,
Right. But you
that's
never
my
know.
range, honestly.
Yeah, but she might weigh all the evidence. You got to understand. The
He
jury
did a lot.
yeah, and he did. It depends. I mean, you're weighing what she's complaining about now. She say the text messages from the parents, his emails. That's the only argument with all of this evidence against
Right.
girls and video, and you know what I mean. Like it's a non-fact at this point.
Right. If they do decide to como se dice, deny his appeal, his acquittal motion and his 33 motion, he's going to try to go to the appeals court, and they're just going to throw it back in his face and say no.
Well, I just got out of there, and the problem with appeals is it was guys in there for 7 years still waiting, trying to get an appeal.
Yeah, some get quick, some don't.
Right.
It depends on your case.
An appeal, to be granted an appeal, in most cases, you have to bring forth new evidence. So, right, you have to bring in new evidence. So that's why you see certain people trying to get next to victims and play nice and this and that, hoping that they'll say something or admit something, maybe change their mind about that.
Right, persuade them somehow.
Right.
Right.
I just don't see it. Just don't see it.
Okay. Miss, you ready to finish reading?
Yeah. Now, after I read this right here, I gotta get up at like 6 in the morning, y'all. But
no problem.
Diva, I was waiting on you.
I'm sorry, Papi. I passed out watching Larry's live. I was tired too, yo. I had a long day.
That's all good. Let me finish this up.
Yeah.
As an initial matter, the government disagrees with the probation department's grouping of racketeering acts 5, 6, and 7. Section 3D1 of the United States Sentencing Guidelines, USSG, provides that counts involving substantially the same harm shall be grouped in a single group, and then sets forth 4 means which conduct should be grouped, including when counts involve the same victim and the same act or transaction. Application 3 notes explains under subsection A, counts are to be grouped together when they represent essentially a single injury or part of a single criminal episode or transaction involving the same victim. When one count charges an attempt to commit an offense and the other charges the commission of that offense, or when one count charges an offense based on a general prohibition and the other charges violation of a specific prohibition encompassed in the general prohibition, and counts will be grouped together under subsection. Example, the defendant is convicted of forging and uttering the same check. The counts are grouped together. The defendant is convicted of kidnapping and assaulting the victim during the course of the kidnapping. The counts are to be grouped together. The defendant is convicted of bid rigging and antitrust offense and the mail fraud for signing and mailing a false statement that bid was competitive. The counts are to be grouped together. And the defendant is convicted of 2 counts of assault on a federal officer for shooting at the same officer twice while attempting to prevent apprehension as part of a single criminal episode. The counts are to be grouped together. Number 5, the defendant is convicted of 3 counts of unlawfully bringing aliens into the United States. All counts arriving out of a single incident. The 3 counts are to be grouped together. But 6, the defendant is convicted of 2 counts of assault on a federal officer for shooting the officer on 2 separate days. The counts are not to be grouped together. The government. Go ahead.
That sounded confusing, but go ahead.
Yeah, I guess they were trying to give the example.
Yeah, they're giving an example of how you can group certain crimes.
Right.
But it just sounded so weird. Go ahead.
It did. So the government submits that the conduct that formed the basis for each of the racketeering acts as to Jane Doe number 4, Geronda, did not involve the same act and transaction, and did not substantially involve the same harm, and therefore should not be grouped. Rather, the conduct is most akin to the final example in application note 3, where a defendant is convicted of 2 counts of assault for shooting at officer on 2 separate days, a scenario where grouping is not called for.
Okay, got it now. That broke it down. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. So Racketeering Acts 5.
Last one, Papi. Go ahead.
Racketeering Acts 5, 6, and 7 relate respectfully to number 1, demand act violation related to Jane Doe number 4, 5, 2, forced labor of Jane Doe number 4, RA 6 and 3, the sexual exploitation of Jane Doe number 4, RA 7, and Jane Doe number 4 testified at trial on several occasions over the course of 6 months. The defendant, using her cellular telephone, induced Jane Doe number 4 to come to his residence and engage in sexual contact with him. Separately, on several occasions over a 6-month period, the defendant video recorded Jane Doe number 4 engaging in sexually explicit conduct. And finally, in January 2010, the defendant calls Jane Doe number 4 to engage in sex and oral sex with the defendant by means of force, threats of force, physical restraint, or threats of physical restraint, and the scheme, plan, or pattern intended to cause Jane Doe number 4 to believe that if she did not perform such services, that she would suffer serious harm or physical restraint. Even though the conduct overlapped in time, these 3 types of conduct constitute separate acts or transactions and involve very different harm. Case law, United States versus Vasquez, 2 episodes of sexual misconduct that society has legitimately criminalized occurring with the same person on different days are not substantially the same harm for purposes of Section 3D12.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, I see Levi in the chat talking shit.
Yeah, I see Levi.
Oh, Levi, you want me to drop the link for you, bro?
Yeah.
I'll drop it for you, bro.
All right, y'all. I'm gonna get off here and go on the bushes for a little bit. Get ready for bed.
Okay, baby.
Bro,
love
man,
you,
thanks for
guys.
coming on. All right, Diva. Love y'all too.
Thank
Bye,
you,
chat.
Papi.
Good night. Bye-bye.
Bye. Good night.
Okay. Let's get through it. Okay, Undue.
Levi wants to get beat up. Hold on, I'm gonna paste it. All right. So you want to read from here, and then I go, or
Yeah.
what? Okay.
Undue influence enhancements. As to Racketeering Act 5, the defendant objects to the 2-level enhancement pursuant to USSG 2G1.3 B2, May 27, 2022, sent memorandum 5.6, section 2GI.3 B2B provides the enhancement is warranted, and when a participant otherwise unduly influenced a minor to engage in prohibited sexual conduct, application note 3B explains. In determining whether subsection B2B applies, the court should closely consider the facts of the case to determine whether a participant influence over the minor compromise the voluntariness of the minor's behavior. The voluntariness of the minor's behavior may be compromised without prohibited sexual conduct occurring. In a case in which a participant is at least 10 years older than a minor, there should be a rebuttal presumption that the subsection B2B applies. In such a case, Some degree of undue influence can be presumed because of the substantial difference in age between the participant and the minor. Footnotes: Jane Doe number 4 did not testify that the defendant video recorded the sexual acts that occurred on the last occasion that Jane Doe number 4 went alone to the defendant's residence. Jane Doe number 4 did not testify that the defendant video recorded the sexual acts that occurred the date in question when the defendant occurred in January 2010. Okay, back to it. USSG 2G 1.3 App Note 3B. Here the defendant was 26 years old, number 4, Geronda. Thereby giving rise to rebuttable presumption 2G 1.3 application, the defendant attempted to rebut the presumption by claiming that Geronda was sophisticated and took great pains to get close to the defendant. May 27, 2022 sent memorandum 5.6 is absurd.
Mm-hmm.
Geronda was a 16-year-old girl who was a devoted fan of the defendant's music. Nothing about which amounts to sophistication. By contrast, the defendant, a famous and wealthy musician who was 26 years her senior, induced her to engage in sexual contact with him, including after he learned she was just 16 years old. Moreover, the defendant promulgated various rules that Geronda was required to follow in an effort to control Geronda and directed her to have sexual contact with others, including other women, further evidencing the undue influence he wielded over her. In these circumstances, the defendant has not rebutted and cannot rebut the presumption. The enhancement is therefore warranted.
Okay.
So
they're not changing their range on that.
No, they're not. He's trying to say that, you know, she pushed up on him that she wanted it, and they explained that. How the hell a 16-year-old girl pushed up on a fit? He was 26 years old, her senior. He controlled her. He had her sleeping with other girls. He paid her.
Like, what's up, Levi?
We're gonna make it personal now. How the hell a 6-year-old? What's about Larry getting all emotional? How the hell is six? Listen, I'm not I'm listening to you guys read this, and one thing I'm not gonna do is revisit the same old arguments that those who claim to advocate for my cousin, you know, they say the same or regurgitated things, and I'm taking a different approach at this. And I've also been studying Larry's his things today, the stuff he's been posting. I've been studying it because I want to address a lot of the things as he reads the transcripts, which are very educational.
Right.
However, I'll say at this point that I think that for clarity purposes, if you guys know, maybe perhaps Larry would have more information on it. When they make reference to Robert filming events, right. I would like to be able to distinguish and differentiate between the alleged victims saying he was filming, or what was put in evidence as it relates to what was corroborated and confirmed was actually filmed.
Right. Well, they have them in the court case as exhibits. They have exhibit numbers. Anytime they present something, they tell the judge, "Hey, I'm going to present this," and then they ask, "Do you object to the defense?" And normally they'll say no.
Right.
I understand,
but they would present the exhibit, and then they would ask, should it be to the jury or to the public? And then the defense or the government will say the government will say no, jury only, and then the defense will object to it, or 9 out of 10 times they don't. They just say okay, and it goes straight to the jury.
Yes, ma'am. However, in this particular document, as it's being read, it makes several references to the defendant would film these events, but I don't see C Exhibit H or C Exhibit. In other words,
it's Exhibit 341, 342, and 343.
Okay, those three. I'm sorry, Larry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
So those three exhibits would indicate those are actually video. That is video footage that was submitted into the evidence, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm just making sure. Right? Like I said, I'm not using the same regurgitated arguments that people use, for one. I will say that this document starts off naming lawyers, all of these people who they claim, were complicit. But I find it interesting, like when you look at Young Thug's indictment, like everybody that was named is an indictment, that has been indicted just about.
That's a different kind of case.
Yeah,
This
is
is
drugs.
A case, and you don't know if they're going to come back and indict all of these people who they didn't add in this racketeering indictment, which I think is very, very, very possible.
Right.
I agree with that. So go ahead, keep reading. I want to interrupt you guys. I'm taking notes and listening.
All right. Interactive computer service enhancement. The defendant objects to the 2-level enhancement pursuant to USG 2G1 for the use of computer and interactive service to induce the travel of a minor. There is ample evidence in the trial record that the defendant relied upon cellular telephones to communicate with Geronda, including for the purpose of arranging her travel to Olympia Fields to meet with him and have sexual contact with him. Among other things, such evidence included telephone records and cellular phone used by Geronda, both entered into evidence at trial as exhibits 139 and 210, showing telephone contact between Geronda and the defendant. The defendant argument that he did not use a cellular phone to induce Geronda to travel to meet him was squarely rejected by the jury when it found Racketeering Act 5 proven. The court should therefore apply this enhancement. Okay, what that means is the government wants an enhancement for him getting minors to come see him using a cellular device.
Right.
Anybody that's out there in the chat that is a sex offender, if you want to contact your victims and you do it by cell phone, they're going to give you an enhancement for contacting your prey by cell phone. Right. Okay. Commission of a sexual act enhancement. The defendant objects to the 2-level enhancement pursuant to USSG 2G1, May 27, 2022, sent in a memorandum. Section 2G1 1.3b4 applies where the defense involved the commission of a sexual act or sexual conduct. The defendant argues that the enhancement is duplicative of the sexual conduct in the charged offense. He is wrong. A violation of 18 U.S.C. 2422, the statute formed the basis of Racketeering Act 5, is based on coercion of a minor for the purpose of illegal sexual activity and does not require that the illegal sexual activity in fact occurred. Accordingly, the enhancement is not duplicative. See case law Watkins versus United States, rejecting defendant's argument that a 2-level enhancement amounted to impermissible double counting because one could violate 18 USSG 2423 without committing a sex act. The enhancement is therefore applicable.
So in other words, even if there's sex texting, like sharing photos and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. Okay, so that includes that as well.
Right.
Little sidebar here, and I want a grown man to clear this up. Because I've heard this on both sides. Can you please clarify this? Here's the deal: when Attorney Bonjean addresses the sentencing guidelines, would you agree? Because most people say, well, she's asking that he receive these many years. No, she's addressing this as an obligation. She must address she must fight on every front. But would you please explain to the people? Well, I'm gonna tell you my position. Understand this, people. From her perspective, she is not approaching this where there is an admission of guilt that he's guilty. She's just basically doing what is required. Because a lot of people, well, she's asking for this, she's asking for that. No, she's saying even if at sentencing, if he's supposed to have done all these things, she's arguing point by point where the guidelines should not fall where they've placed them. She's lowering the bar, but that is not as if she's saying, well, he did these things. Is that correct, Larry, or not?
Okay, let me explain this. When you are the defendant and you pleaded guilty or you took a plea, you're going to go in and you're going to ask for the most minimal amount of time that's possible. And you're going to say that you're a good person. You're going to say that you're sorry. You're going to say whatever the situation is, whether you communicate it, whether you help do this, that, you're gonna say that, and you're gonna at the end say that, hey, my defendant, after all of this, he deserves this, and then they're gonna rebut, and they're gonna come out, and they're gonna say, no, 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 you know, this is what he reserves. But R. Kelly has sentencing minimums. He's going to jail. I don't know how long he's going to go to jail by, but she's asking the court to sentence him below the sentencing guidelines. Now,
exactly.
Now you have the judge has to weigh what the government. It's 5 points. I've been through this. 5 points. She's gonna weigh the PSR. That's what this is. She's gonna weigh his letters. You know what I mean? The pillars of the community, whether it be doctors, lawyers, judges, police officers, people in his, it's not his fans. If they send letters, they're going to throw them in the trash. It has to be people from, in his arena. It has to be people that was his arena. They're going to weigh his remorse.
Right.
They're going to weigh his remorse.
That'll help with leniency towards his sentencing.
That'll help toward leniency towards his sentencing. And they take this stuff very serious. They're going to look into what's being sent. They're going to read it. They're going to investigate that. Another thing they're going to look into. All of those motions prolonging the process. I don't know if he was offered a plea. I doubt if it was 10 years. All of those things are going to weigh. All of them are going to weigh. How many motions they filed? Did you put this off? All of that. Taking that judge to the Second Court of Appeals, trying to get her kicked off the case. Not having no remorse. Going to the television station, impact statements from the victims. Going to the podium saying disgruntled groupies. All of those things are going to come back. Going down to the jail. Let them out. Or we want all of that. All of these things are going to come to play at the judge's discretion.
No question.
Weigh how much time he's going to get.
No question. Just as I didn't mean to interrupt you, brother, but just as you take any defendant, any hood in America, and that defendant is charged with robbing a store, shooting at somebody, whatever. When that defendant is being sentenced, if during that trial his cousins and brothers and relatives and friends were being disruptive in the courtroom and being disrespectful in the courtroom, that's a reflection on that defendant. So quite naturally, any judge is going to take that into account and say, wait a minute, R. Kelly supporters, from my vantage point, they've committed crimes out here. The disruption that they've caused, like you said, as far as having an MCC lockdown, and these things are definitely going to come into play. That's a fact. And this is what I've been so perturbed about from the beginning is that, and I think a grown man would agree with this, social media should have never been able to infect.
Hey, Javante.
Social media, no aspect of social media or YouTube should have ever been able to contaminate and infect my cousin's cases. Would you agree with that? It shouldn't have been allowed. When I say it shouldn't have been allowed, I'm saying the entryway were his attorneys. They should have never allowed social media to do that.
I'll say this, Levi. I'll say this, and I got to get back to reading.
Yes, sir.
I think we halfway. Yeah, we probably halfway there.
Yeah, we're halfway.
Okay. What I'll say is this. It is the perfect storm. And I told you this. It's the perfect storm. Because you can't weigh what he did in this case. You have to weigh what he's been alleged for 30 years. You have to weigh his other cases. You have to weigh that he had no support. You have to weigh if you go and look at the bribery indictment when they came out and said they got Michael Williams and Richard Arline, it says it in that news when they put out that news thing. It says it that We will not tolerate. You got to understand, it's not like he has been forthcoming and nice. These people, these women that's on the case, even people that talk about this case, they have been stalked and attacked and ridiculed and doxxed for 4 years. And I hate to tell you that, but when he get the sentencing, he is probably going to be the person that pays for all that, along with not showing any remorse. You know,
Well, it's not about showing remorse, bro. If he's not pleading guilty, why would he show remorse if he's maintaining his innocence?
Because he has been convicted, and now his life is at the mercy of the court.
Right. I was just about to say that, Larry. His life is at the mercy of the court.
That is in court. You remember when I used to talk about this stuff every day? Them people was like, please stop. Just let the man have his day in court. Okay. While I was gone, he had his day in court, and he's still not holding himself accountable. His lawyer is putting out motions to throwing mud at the wall. You know what I mean? And now she's challenging the sentencing memorandum. You have to understand that this lawyer, everybody has a job to do in this case. The prosecution job is to find him guilty. The judge's job is to make sure that it's fair between the prosecution and the defense. The defense job is to get him off. Now he has been convicted, so everybody's job goes away. Now it's the judge's job to weigh the evidence, to weigh if he is to weigh if he has been remorseful, to weigh everything that these women have been through for the past 4 years, 30 years, and the way the psychological and physical abuse it has taken on their family. If you seen her today give Richard Arline time served because she said that he is a victim of R. Kelly and the mental abuse, what do you think that they're going to do to him at sentencing? If you're giving a man time served that reached out to try to bribe, on behalf of him, what do you think is going to happen to him? And I'm not I'm just telling you, I don't
want to interrupt your reading.
Okay.
Real quick, you made a statement on behalf of him. Absolutely non-factual, for one. For two, what you're leaving out also is that as Ms. Bonjean, prior to this document, addresses the sentencing guidelines, you can't leave out that she is still working diligently to have the entire guilty verdict overturned. And I don't want you to speak with finality, like in final terms. That's all I'm saying.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you something, Levi. God couldn't overturn this case. God himself couldn't overturn this case. He can pray all he want.
Right.
He can pray all he want. He can pray to the heavens and the gods. His ass belonged to Auntie Anne on the 29th. And I swear to God, I swear I just left people, man, that was in a real bad situation. The government does not play fair. These federal judges, they don't give breaks, man. They hit people across the head. You're going to have to go over and beyond to get a break from them. Over and beyond.
We'll discuss.
You're going over and beyond.
We'll discuss that at a later date. Presume your reading, please, sir. I'm watching. I'm listening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You want to take over right now, Diva? Or you want me to keep going?
Yeah, I'll do this part.
Okay.
Okay, let me get back to the paperwork. All right. Racketeering Act 6, Forced Labor, Jane Doe number 4, Geronda. As to Racketeering Act 6, the defendant objects to the 4-level enhancement pursuant to 2A3.1B1, May 27, 22, Sentencing Memorandum 8. As an initial matter, Section 2H41B4 applies when any other felony offenses was committed during the commission of or in connection with the peonage or involuntary servitude offense. Application Note 2 provides that any other felony offenses means any conduct that constitutes a felony offense under federal, state, or local law other than an offense that is itself covered by this subpart. USSG 2H41 App Note 2. when Section 2H41, with all these damn letters and numbers, applies to the guidelines, dictate that the offense level should be increased to the greater of the adjusted offense level according to 2H41 plus 2 levels, or the offense level form the offense guideline applicable to other offenses plus 2 levels, provided it is not greater than 43. As noted above, the government submits the Racketeering Act 6 should not be grouped with Racketeering Act 5 or Racketeering Act 7, and that instead each act should be considered separately. As a result, the government also disagrees with the probation department's assessment that the other felony offenses that was committed during the commission of or in connection with the forced labor offense was sexually exploitation of a child in violation of 18 U.S. 2251. And it talks about that at the PSR report on page 162, or part 162. In the government's response to the defendant's objections to the PSR, the government argued that the conduct nonetheless amounted to a violation of 18 U.S.C. 2241, which is aggravated sexual abuse, or 2242, sexual abuse, and therefore an enhancement under Section 2H41B4 was warranted. However, upon further consideration, the government does not believe that the enhancement is warranted because the conduct did not take place in the territorial jurisdiction of the United States. A required element to establish a violation of 18 U.S.C. 2241, which is aggravated sexual abuse, or 2242, sexual abuse. Accordingly, the government does not seek that enhancement. It submits that the adjusted offense level without the enhancement under 2H41B4 does not reflect the full nature of the conduct. Example, criminal sexual abuse. And the court may apply an upward departure under USSG 5K 2.0. Racketeering Act 7, sexual exploitation of a child, Jane Doe number 4, Geronda. As to Racketeering Act 7, the defendant objects to the application of a 2-level enhancement for the use of a computer or interactive computer service to induce the minor. And then footnote where it says on number 14, it says that Geronda testified that immediately before the defendant instructed her to give him oral sex, the defendant choked her, causing her to pass out, and therefore caused Geronda to engage in a sexual act by placing her in fear that she would be subjected to seriously bodily harm. Example, bodily injury that involves a substantial risk of unconsciousness. Then it says, so it says service to induce the minor to engage in sexually explicit conduct pursuant to USSG 2G2.1B6, May 27 sentencing memorandum. Section 2G2.1B6 provides that the 2-level enhancement is warranted where, if for the purpose of producing sexually explicit material, the offense involved the use of a computer or an interactive computer service to persuade, induce, entice, coerce, or facilitate the travel of a minor to engage in sexually explicit conduct, or to otherwise solicit participation by a minor in such conduct, or solicit participation with a minor in sexually explicit conduct. Now, USSG 2G2.1B6, the government submits that the enhancement is properly applied as described above. The defendant stayed in touch with Geronda by cellular telephone and regularly used a cellular telephone to communicate with Geronda in order to induce her to travel to see him and to instruct her to meet him in location where he intended for Geronda to engage in sexually explicit conduct and to record such conduct. Now, G, Racketeering Act 8, Mann Act violation for Jane Doe number 5. Application of Section 2G1.1 versus Section 2G1.3. Now, the government respectfully disagrees with the probation department's determination that the applicable guideline for Racketeering Act 8 is 2G13, and instead submits that the applicable guideline is 2G11. And then it talks about the PSR report. And then it says, because at the time that the defendant committed the conduct alleged in Racketeering Act 8, Jane had told the defendant that she was 18 years old and had not yet told him that she was in fact 17 years old. The government submits that 2G11 is the more applicable guideline. See number 15 after that. Then it says fraud enhancement. As to Racketeering Act 8, the defendant objects to the 4-level enhancement pursuant to the USSG 2G11B1 based on fraud. May 27th, sentencing memorandum 9 through 10. The government submits the enhancement applies because the defendant failed to disclose that he had contracted genital herpes and engaged in unprotected sexual intercourse with Jane without first disclosing to her his herpes diagnosis and obtaining her consent to sexual intercourse in these circumstances, although fraud is not defined in the guidelines. The defendant asserts that a fraud requires the victim to suffer harm, but then offers no support for such a contention. Moreover, no such requirement is included in the Merriam-Webster definition of fraud, which includes the intentional perversion of truth in order to induce another to part with something of value or to surrender a legal right, and an act of deceiving or misrepresenting. Accordingly, the level 4 enhancement is warranted. All right, Larry. Larry, you there?
I'm here.
What? I'm a little confused by this.
Very important. This is very important what she's talking about. That is, they changed it. They changed it because she told him she was 18. They changed that part. If you can expound on that.
You talking about the fraud enhancement?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm trying to.
What part are you on?
Number 2, Papi, where it says section 2G1.1 B1.
Okay. You're talking about even though the government submits section 2G1 is the more applicable guideline, the government notes that the defendant was on notice of Jane's true age when the defendant first met Jane at Dolphin Hotel in Florida, 2015, and police officers showed up at his room and told
wait. Oh, here you are. Okay, I'm sorry. I lost you, Papi. Go ahead.
Okay. And told him that police officers showed up at his hotel room and told him that her parents could not get in touch with her. Moreover, thought not required, the defendant is incorrect that Jane suffered no harm as a result of her unknowingly exposure to the defendant's genital herpes through sexual intercourse in California in April and May 2015. As Jane testified, that trip was the first time she and the defendant had sexual intercourse because she was unaware of his genital herpes diagnosis due to the defendant's failure to inform her. Jane continued to have unprotected sexual intercourse with the defendant and therefore contracted herpes from him, with which she eventually diagnosed a few months later on August 14, 2015. Indeed, based on the evidence presented at trial and reasonable interferences to be drawn from it, there is no doubt that the defendant intended to deceive Jane and all of the women and girls that he had unprotected sexual intercourse with without first disclosing his diagnosis. Years prior, he had been explicitly informed by his personal doctor to inform sexual partners of his diagnosis and to use a condom during sex. He also faced civil lawsuits for infecting prior sexual partners with genital herpes. His preference was continue sexual intercourse without the use of a condom, clearly more important to him than risking that a desired sexual partner would either decide not to have sexual intercourse with him at all or insist on using a condom if informed of his diagnosis. His decision not to disclose material was clearly intentional and not the result of any accident or mistake. Okay.
Well, I think you kind of, okay, if you go back, it says, even though the government submits that Section 2G1 is more applicable. Is a more applicable guideline. The government notes that the defendant was on notice of Jane's true age when the defendant met Jane in the Dolphin Hotel in Florida, April 2015, and police officers showed up to the hotel room and told him that her parents could not get in touch with her. That is an inaccurate statement, even according to the testimony. The police officers checked her ID. He was not aware.
That's not what they said. They said the defendant was on notice.
Right.
That he knew she was 17 is what you're saying.
That's what I'm telling you. That's what they're saying. When the police came, the police didn't do their job. The police was supposed to take her.
Right.
She was a minor.
This is from what I understand, and I'm gonna let y'all finish reading because we're gonna do this at a later date because I don't want to interrupt you guys.
No. We have to stay right here.
Okay.
Yes, don't move your ass.
Hold on, because I have a question. I just be trying to figure stuff out. I'm not trying to get in. I'm not going there. What I'm trying to figure out is in 2015, what was the age of consent by Florida law?
18.
18?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So my argument with this is when she was at the hotel, she was not 18 years old. So if anywhere in the country, if you look at someone that's not 18 years old, they have a different driver's license. It's actually horizontal.
Facts.
Right? It's actually vertical.
Facts.
It's not horizontal. So there's no way that those police came there and did not know that she wasn't 18. They knew that she was 17.
Okay, stop. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Her license was vertical. Furthermore, what lets me know that they knew she was 17 is that they asked for a job. So they let him get away with being in a room with a 17-year-old because she was going to graduate, because she was about to turn 18.
Right.
In return, they asked him for something of monetary gain.
Right.
Right.
That they said, if you need security, here's my card.
Right. Hold on. Furthermore, 7 days after that date, because if my reading is correctly, and we're going to get to it because I'm read all of it over, but what I came across is that Azriel asked Cheryl Mack to book her plane ticket 7 days after that date.
True.
So
I actually pulled the transcripts because Levi, I was watching you the other day on your live and you were talking about the whole the thing with her with the parents and when she met R. Kelly, and I had highlighted stuff, so maybe we can go over that another day. Definitely. I'm with you, Larry, if you do that.
Yes, and I will be going over on my channel. I want to cut Larry off, but this is all I want to say. This is a very crucial area right here. Larry has put forth his theory, basing it.
No. It's not my theory. It's not my theory. If you Google Orlando Funk Festival, the Funk Festival was
April 18th.
It was the 18th. If you look at the date that she called for Cheryl Mack to book her ticket, it was 10 days later.
The 28th.
Right. So whatever happened at that hotel, 10 days later, she was with R. Kelly.
Right.
I'm not refuting that. Everything you're saying thus far is absolutely true.
Okay. Now, someone had to book that plane ticket. If you go to southwest.com right now and you put a plane ticket, you try to book a plane ticket and you put the age to be 17 years old, it's not going to go through.
It was actually Diana Copeland who did the flight.
No, Cheryl Mack.
It was Cheryl Mack?
I think it was Cheryl Mack who booked her ticket.
I don't know. Was she employee number one?
I'm not sure. In her case, I would guess yeah. I don't think Cheryl Mack booked her ticket. I think Cheryl Mack booked her ticket. I don't think it was Diana Copeland.
I thought Diana Copeland was employee number 1, and employee number 2 was employee number 1 was right, Cheryl Mack.
Cheryl Mack.
You're absolutely right. Yes, it was Cheryl Mack. You're right. Yes, sir.
And if you go and try to book a minor's plane ticket right now under the age of 18, it's not gonna let you. It's gonna come up that we need parental consent.
Where was it?
What do you mean?
Where for her to fly from there to there, she had to have parental consent. Where is it?
The mother said, I regretted letting her go.
Okay, wait, hold on. So do we have, like, are we guessing or listen, this is
hold on. So at the hotel, they come, they ask her for ID. She gives the police her ID and they let her out of it. 10 days later, they book her plane ticket. You have to give your date of birth to book a plane ticket.
Right. To go to California.
It doesn't matter to me who gave consent. In those texts, if you believe those texts to be real, it says that she asked her mom, well, she brought it up to her mom that he wants me to go out on the tour to see a show.
Right.
And, I'm going to get a benefit of the doubt and say that all of this was overwhelming. It all was overwhelming,
They got excited. The parents wanted the girl to be a star.
We'll get into that.
Yeah.
Another time. Yeah, we could.
Another day.
But I don't want to go past this, though.
We'll do it on your platform, Larry.
Right.
I don't want to go past this because, Larry just put forth a theory that she did have the enhanced ID. And what I'm saying, you cannot, I'm not blaming you guys. I'm not blaming the prosecutors. They did a hell of a job. But there's no way in the world that these police officers should not have been called to testify. That's number one. For
they
two,
well, listen. You should call a Zoom. You should get the people on the phone that wanted Greenberg fired. You should get the people that wanted Nicole and the man that passed out and the Martin Luther King nigga. You should get them on the phone and say, hey, we can't bring on no new lawyers with 2 weeks before going to trial. We don't have forensic evidence. We don't have any of these things. It's actually his fault because he was supposed to fire everybody and then tell the court like, hey, I don't make enough money to pay for this shit. And they would have gave him an applicable law team to be able to go out and get the things that he needed.
Well, that's neither that right now. That's hindsight. His cases were.
Hold on, Queen Diva just said something that was really important. No. Queen Diva said there were no police officers. It was security personnel.
Okay, so check this out. I got a simple question. This is cut and dry. If it were in fact security personnel, why is it being portrayed in this document as police officers? That's one. I'm not faulting the prosecutors. This right here should be defined, and it would have taken his attorneys to call them to testify. Now, in addition to that, if I'm gonna say something on here.
Time out, Levi.
Can I just answer Queen Diva?
Yes.
Queen Diva, no, mama. There was actual police officers because the parents called the cops.
Where are the phone records? Where's the 911 call? See,
okay, hold on, Levi. Let me ask you a question.
Yes.
Who wanted her to come to the hotel?
From all indications, Robert.
Who wanted her to fly to California? Who paid for that?
From all indications, Robert.
Okay, so he bears responsibility. That's why we're reading his sentencing memorandum.
Okay, however, if I was acting as his attorney, I would have argued that those police officers listen to me, they saw fake identification. Now, let me say this. What do you mean they saw fake identification? According to the text messages, if Jane Doe number 5's parents were that manipulating, according to the text messages, that they wanted her to portray herself as 18, as she basically testified to, correct me if I'm wrong, then by those officers being called into the trial and asked, what ID did you see? How many IDs do you check? And I'm gonna go a step further than that. If it were, I don't care if it was hotel security or the police, especially the police, if the police show up to a hotel room and there's R. Kelly with a 17-year-old and they give him a pass, I want to know, why hasn't there been a large lawsuit filed against that police department? And if it were a hotel security and they looked at her ID and gave R. Kelly a pass, there's nowhere in the hell that there would not be grounds for one hell of a lawsuit. Because you know what? You left a minor in a room, according to what you all, what's being alleged, to have with a 40-some-year-old man to have sex. Stop it. This all should have been brought out in court. That little area right there, while it may sound minute to you guys, to me, is huge, because that is very huge right there. They said that he knew she was 17, but from the testimony I read, she showed the ID and he asked her, "Are you sure you're 18?" She said yes. Showed the police her ID. They left and they kept doing their thing. So that's a very crucial area. But I understand you guys are winning, so I ain't gonna act like a salt.
It's not about winning or losing at this point. It's over. He's convicted. We're having adult conversations. We're having adult discussions, which what should be going on. Like, listen. My fight and my anger is not everyone else's fight and anger. You see what I'm saying?
Definitely.
I'm gonna hold the person responsible who paid for everything. I'm gonna hold the person responsible for who made the illicit acts. I'm not gonna hold somebody accountable. I'm really not gonna get into pointing fingers of what should happen to other people, because that's what you guys should be doing.
There's no you guys, bro.
Not you. Let me rephrase that. This is what the people that's out there that's angry, this is what they should be doing. It's not my job to get on a panel and say, "Oh yeah, this and that." It's not my. I
totally agree.
That's not.
I absolutely agree. However, I must point out that the problem I have is that everything that you guys are reading, I'm not. Hey, listen, bro. The law is the law.
The government came out and said that the parents acted unethical. I didn't read that, but I have been told that 100 times. But that's nothing compared to everything we're reading in this indictment. We're talking about girls catching the buses and getting choked and motherfucking, you know what I mean? We talking about this a whole nother
level. A lot of abuse.
There's a lot of abuse, man. We talking about the totality of 30 years. I get what you're saying, but I get it.
Bro, you're reading, she just read where in the same citizen report that you're reading, she just read where the government said he knew she was 18 in the hotel, which is unfactual. And she just read where the police officers showed up to the hotel room and told her that the parents could not get in touch with her, meaning that they were there to check to see if there was a minor present, bro. So what I'm saying is that I'm not going to interrupt you no more, but I'm going to say this like this.
I got to agree with you. That is true. That is true.
Exactly.
That is true.
The cops are definitely wrong in that. I don't disagree with that either. They should be punished for that.
They
never had left the minor there with that adult. They should have snatched that little girl out that room ASAP. As soon as they saw that ID and it said 17, they'd be like, "Mr. Kelly, what are you doing in here with the 17-year-old little girl? Little girl, get your ass out this room."
I maintain that she had fake ID. I maintain that flight.
That's possible too. That
okay,
is
this is what I maintain.
Can I say something?
Diva, let me ask you a question first. I want to ask you a personal question, Diva. When you were 16, 17-year-old, did you have a fake ID?
Yes, I did.
And I did too.
Exactly.
We go to the club.
Yes, I
Okay.
did. Just to go to the club.
Cash Money Millionaires was out and No Limit, and they were spinning around and were bling bling, and I was getting money, and I wanted to go to the club, and I had to have an ID to get in that mug.
Me
So
too. I sure did. I even went one time with my mom. How about that?
Levi, you are 100% correct. It is not far-fetched that she
probably had a fake ID.
She might have had a fake ID.
5 more seconds.
Can I just
Go
say
ahead.
something real quick, guys? But according to the trial, they presented her ID as an exhibit.
Was that the ID she showed the officers, though?
That is a good question.
Exactly. See, and I'm gonna say this also. Really, to be honest with you, and I'm going to investigate this myself. There's no we or like I'm with them, the terrorists. No, this is me, because this is something that's been on my mind. What Larry just talked about.
That shit, nigga, I know how to push your buttons.
I know. Listen, something Larry just pointed out that I didn't think of, and I'm going to look into it because we should have the information here. How does she fly without parental consent, and where is that document? Where is that testimony?
Levi, how long you been watching my videos? One of the twins, and this, I don't know. I haven't gotten to their testimony, but one of them I think was a TSA agent.
Okay, we need to know that though.
How else do you move minors through the airports all around the country? Somebody's bound to say, "Hey, where is the consent?"
So, like Jeffrey Epstein, he used to maneuver the girls. Jeffrey Epstein used to maneuver the girls' private jet plane.
Can we, Steve? I know this is your channel. Can we continue to? Can we move on? Because I hold my reservations, and I will not actually speak on that till I read all of the transcripts, until I read the motion that came out the day before the trial, and I read all of the text messages.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I don't want to be out here accusing somebody or talking about some things and it's not accurate. You see what I'm saying? And I don't want to do that.
You know? I appreciate that.
Right.
Resume, please. I'm watching.
Okay, you want to take it up, Diva, or you want me to keep going?
Yeah. How are you feeling? You can finish this page and then I'll go to the next one.
Okay, Racketeering Act 9, Mann Act violation, Jane Doe. Number 5, Jane grouping. As an initial matter, the government disagreed with the probation department grouping of Racketeering Acts 9 and 10. Those acts relate to number 1, the Mann Act violation related to Jane Doe. Number 5, RA 9, and 2, the sexual exploitation of Jane Doe. Number 5, RA 10. The Mann Act violation centered on the defendant arranging for Jane Doe. Number 5 to travel from New York to California for the purpose of sexual contact, despite that Jane Doe. Number 5 was too young to consent for sex. The sexual exploitation conduct related to the defendant recording of Jane Doe. Number 5, engaging in sexual explicit conduct over the course of a longer time period. Even though the conduct overlapped in time, the conduct overlined each of these racketeering acts constitute separate acts of transaction involved in very different harm. See ValQuest 389. 3D at 77. 2 episodes of sexual misconduct that society has legitimately criminalized occurring with the same person on different days are not substantially the same harm for the purposes of 31 3D 1.2. What that means is that if I rape you today and I rape you tomorrow, it should not be the same charge. I got raped on 2 separate days. I should be charged with 2 separate rapes.
That's right. What that no duplicative.
Right. Okay, application of cross-referencing section 2G13C1 as to Racketeering Act 9, the defendant objects to the base offense level of 32 pursuant to USSG and 2G2 and submits the proper base offensive level is 24 pursuant to 2G1.3A4 May 27, 2022 sent memorandum 10. According to the defendant, the applicable guideline for the offense charged in Racketeering number 9 is 2G1.3. The defendant ignores, however, that 2G1 includes a cross-reference to 2G2.1, where the offense level will be greater under 2G1.2, and the offense involved causing, transporting, permitting, or offering, or seeking by notice or advertisement a minor in sexually explicit conduct for the purpose of producing a visual depiction of such conduct. USSG 2G13C here, Jane testified while she was in California. The defendant recorded sexual contact between Jane and the defendant There is thus a preponderance of evidence that the offense involved causing a minor to engage in sexually explicit conduct for the purpose of producing a visual depiction of such conduct. You want to take it from here? You want
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Custody care or supervising enhancement, section 2G2.1B5. The defendant objects to the 2-level enhancement pursuant to USSG 2G2.1B5, footnote 16. Memorandum 27 22, number 17, section 2G2, blah, blah, blah. Okay, applies if the minor was otherwise in the custody, care, or supervisory control of the defendant. The government submits that the evidence established that Jane's parents had entrusted Jane to the supervision of the defendant, purportedly to assist Jane with her musical career, after which Jane lived with the defendant. And then they show exhibits GX 476A and 475A, which is a note authorizing Juice's mother to have custody over Jane until she turned 18 years old. Now, Jane testifying that after learning she was 17, the defendant told Jane that she would need to be homeschooled and living with him in Chicago. So the defendant and Jane convinced her parents to allow her to be homeschooled and be in Chicago so that I could learn more musically. And the defendant had her parents sign a document consenting for her to be in Chicago under a woman that he had known. Jane testifying that she and her parents knew Juice's mother, the guardian chosen by the defendant, only through the defendant. Therefore, the enhancement for Jane being in the custody care or supervisory control of the defendant applies. Racketeering Act 10, sexually exploitation of a child. Jane Doe 5. 1. Commission of a sexual act enhancement. Section 2G21B2A. The defendant raises several objections as to the applicable guidelines calculation as to Racketeering Act 10. First, the defendant objects to the 2-level enhancement pursuant to the USSG, which applies where the offense involved A, the commission of a sexual act or sexual contact. In the defendant's view, the offense is duplicative of the sexual conduct in the base offense level. As described above, he is wrong. Footnote number 17 there. Sexually explicit conduct does not require a sexual act or sexual contact. Sexually explicit conduct, defined by 18 U.S.C. 22562. CUSSG 2G2.1 App Note 1, which includes, among other conduct, lascivious exhibition of the anus, genitals, or pubic area of any person. By contrast, a sexual act or sexual contact defined by 18 U.S.C. 2246.2 and 22463. CUSG 2G2, all these numbers, does not include and goes well beyond such conduct instead. Footnote number 16. If the court does not find that the cross-reference to 2G2.1 applies, the government respectfully submits that a similar enhancement under 2G1.3 B2B would apply. Footnote 17 says that the defendant also suggests that the enhancement was wrongly applied because in Illinois, Jane could consent to sexual contact when the defendant with the defendant at 17 years old. The government agrees that in Illinois, a 17-year-old could legally consent to sexual contact, but submits that the legality of sexual contact has no bearing on whether the enhancement amounts to double counting. And moreover, Jane testified that the defendant recorded her engaging in sexual contact in California, where there is no dispute that she was not legally able to consent to sexual contact with the defendant, nor need the jury make a finding, as the defendant suggests, that the conduct occurred in California. Covering contact between certain body parts and intentional touching of body parts. Accordingly, the enhancement is not duplicative. 2. Use of an interactive computer service enhancement, Section 2G21B6. The defendant objects to the application of a 2-level enhancement for the use of a computer or interactive computer service to induce the minor to engage in sexually explicit conduct pursuant to USG 2G2B6. Okay, Section 2G2B6 provides that the 2-level enhancement is warranted where, if for the purpose of producing sexually explicit material, the offense involved the use of a computer or an interactive computer service to persuade, induce, entice, coerce, or facilitate the travel of a minor to engage in sexually explicit conduct, or to otherwise solicit participation by a minor in such conduct, and also, or to solicit participation with the minor in sexually explicit conduct. So the government submits that the enhancement is properly applied. The defendant stayed in touch with Jane by cellular telephone and regularly used a cellular telephone to communicate with Jane in order to induce her to travel, to see him, and to instruct her to meet him in a location where he intended to record sexual activity. Government Exhibit 157 shows the extensive communication via cellular telephone that the defendant had with Jane prior to her turning 18 years old. Sadistic conduct enhancement. The defendant objects to the application of a 4-level enhancement pursuant to the USG 2G2D 1B4, Section 2G 1B4 provides that the enhancement applies when the offense involved material that portrays a sadistic or masochistic conduct or other depictions of violence. The government agrees that there was no evidence that the defendant produced visual depiction of Jane that included sadistic or masochistic conduct or other depictions of violation while she was under 18 years old, and therefore submits that this enhancement is not warranted. So the government further disagrees with the probation department's contention in the PSR addendum that, according to the principles of relevant conduct, the defendant's use of sadistic punishment as to Jane warrants this enhancement. PSR addendum at 13. As described above, the government submits that the conduct that forms the basis for the forced labor predicate RA 11, which the government agrees does involve sadistic conduct on the part of the defendant, should be treated as a separate offense from this predicate, and therefore the 4-level enhancement should not apply here. Okay. The government agreed with that.
Okay. Custody care or supervising enhancement. The defendant objects to the 2-level enhancement pursuant to USSG 2G2 for the reason prescribed in more detail above. The enhancement for Jane being in the custody care or supervisory control of the defendant should apply. See, so they saying that should apply. Custody care, they saying that should apply. Racketeering Act 11, forced labor, Jane Doe number 5. As to the Racketeering Act 11, the defendant argues that the government did not establish that the defendant used force or the threat of force to cause Jane to engage in sexual contact with others, but concedes that if there was such evidence, he agrees with the probation department calculation as to the applicable guideline for this act. May 27, 2022, memorandum 14. However, as set forth above with the respect to Racketeering Act 6, forced labor as to Geronda, the government submits that because the conduct was not committed in the territorial jurisdiction of the United States, the defendant did not commit a violation of 18 U.S.C. 2241 and 2242, and therefore the defendant did not commit that offense as required for an enhancement under 2H41B4. Nonetheless, there is a preponderance of evidence showing that the defendant used threat of force to cause Jane to engage in sexual act with others. As Jane testified at trial, which testimony was corroborated by, among other things, letter recovered from the defendant's residence and the storage facility. Letters recovered from the defendant's residence and storage facility. The defendant regularly spanked or chastised and otherwise physically assaulted Jane when Jane broke any of the defendant's many rules. Immediately before Jane had sexual contact with Alex, also known as nephew, the defendant spanked Jane and two of his other girlfriends approximately 15 times each and continued to hit Jane more. Furthermore, Jane testified that she had sexual contact with others at the defendant's direction, not because she wanted to, but rather because she feared consequences that would follow any refusal. Transcript 1050 testifying that she had sexual contact with nephew because I would have gotten chastised regardless, so it wouldn't have made a difference. According to the court, may depart upwardly. Hold on. Let me make sure I get this right. Accordingly, the court may depart upwardly as to this particular racketeering act because the adjusted offense level do not take into account the defendant's commission of criminal sexual abuse.
That's it. Point blank. Criminal sexual abuse is the case.
Racketeering Acts 12 and 14, Mann Act violation.
Diva ain't gonna worry me. Keep reading. Diva, you ain't gonna worry. You ain't gonna worry me. You ain't gonna worry me.
Levi, you ain't never had a Puerto Rican like this, papi.
I see. You ain't gonna worry me. I see. Go ahead, y'all. Keep going.
Racketeering Acts 12 and 14, Mann Act violation, Jane Doe number 6, Faith. As to the Racketeering Acts 12 and 14, the defendant objects to the 14th level enhancement pursuant to USSG 2G1, May 27, 2022, memorandum 14 and 15. The 4-level enhancement is warranted. Subsection applies, and B, the offense involved fraud or coercion. At issue is only whether offense involved fraud or coercion. Here, a preponderance of evidence supports that the offense involved fraud, that the defendant knowingly made a misstatement or an omission of a material fact to entice the victim. A material fact is one that a reasonable person would expect to rely on when making a decision. Specifically, the defendant induced Faith to travel to New York and engage in sexual intercourse, but intentionally concealed from her that he had contracted genital herpes. As a result, the offense involved fraud, and the court should apply the enhancement. Side notes, application 2 provides, for the purpose of subsection coercion includes any form of conduct that negates the voluntariness of the victim. This enhancement would apply. For example, in a case where the ability of the victim to appraise or control conduct was substantially impaired by drugs or alcohol. This characteristic generally will not apply if the drug and alcohol was voluntarily taken.
Pause for a second. Now, Levi negates the voluntariness of the victim. Okay, I just wanted to say that. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Racketeering Act 13, forced labor of Faith, Jane Doe number 6. Faith, as to the Racketeering Act 13, the defendant claims there was no sexual evidence that Faith was ever forced or threatened with physical harm to give the defendant oral sex and therefore objects to the application USSG 2H4. The government does not contend that the defendant used force or express threats of physical harm, but submits 2H1 applies because his conduct still amounted to criminal sexual abuse. As noted above, 2H4B4 applies when any other felony offense was committed during the omission or in connection with the peonage or involuntary servitude offense. USSG 2H41B4 application note 2 provides that any other felony offense means that conduct that constitutes a felony under federal, state, or local law other than an offense that is itself covered by the subpart USSG 2H41 application note 2 when 2H4 that .1B4 applies to guideline dictate
numbers.
Man, that the offense should be increased to the greater of the adjusted level according to 2H4 .1A to B3 plus 2 levels, or the offense level form, the offense guideline applicable to the other offense plus 2 levels, provided it's not greater than 43. USSG 2H4.1B4.
And we know level 43 is life.
Okay.
You want me to continue?
Nah, I keep reading. I'll read this paragraph. I'll finish this.
Okay, baby. Okay.
Okay. The government respectfully submit that the defendant's conduct as to Faith included causing her to engage in sexual act by placing her in fear, as found by the jury when it concluded that Racketeering Act 13 was proven, and that conduct would amount to a violation of California Penal Code 518, which makes it a felony to obtain consideration, including sexual conduct, induced by a wrongful use of fear, and to akin to a violation of 18 USC 2242, specifically as Faith testified at trial after essentially isolating her for several hours in the Sprinter van and then inside a recording room in a studio in Los Angeles. The defendant led Faith into a room the size of a walk-in closet within a larger recording room. When Faith entered, she saw a gun on the ottoman in the room. The defendant's demeanor changed and he got real serious. He moved the gun near him, sat in a chair, and told Faith to stand across from him. After taking photographs of Faith and getting irritated with her not being sexy enough, the defendant asked Faith a series of intrusive questions, including her how many men had seen her naked and how many male friends she had, telling her there would be consequences if she did not answer truthfully. When Faith responded in a manner he did not like, the defendant stated, "Do you want to take that back?" Faith said no. The defendant then paused, got a stern look on his face, telling Faith that he and her father had the same gift of spiritual disconcernment and that he would know if she was lying to him. Faith was taken aback. The defendant then stood up, put a pillow on the floor, and told Faith to get on her knees, which she did. With the gun nearby, the defendant pulled out his penis, grabbed the back of Faith's neck, told her to suck his dick, and pushed her forward so her mouth made contact with his penis. Faith was intimidated and did not want to give Kelly oral sex, but she did so. Throughout, Kelly's hand remained on the back of her neck, guiding her. Faith did not feel she could leave the room because she was under Kelly's rules and he had a weapon, so she wasn't even going to step out of line. In these circumstances, it is clear that the defendant placed Faith in fear to cause her to engage in oral sex with him. The enhancement is therefore one under that analysis. The adjusted level offense would be 32. The base level offense is 30 pursuant to USSG 2A1B2 plus 2 level pursuant to USG 2H4B4H.
Okay. Aggravating role enhancement. Finally, the government submits that notwithstanding the defendant's objection, May 27 sentence memorandum 16, a 4-level role enhancement under USSG 3B11A is warranted. Section 3B11A provides for a 4-level enhancement where a defendant was an organizer or leader of a criminal activity that involved 5 or more participants or was otherwise extensive. USSG 3B11A, the application notes explain that while a participant is a person who is criminally responsible for the commission of the offenses, in assessing whether an organizing is otherwise extensive, all persons involved during the course of the entire offense are to be considered. Thus, a fraud that involved only 3 participants but used the unknowing services as of many outsiders could be considered extensive under the USSG 3B11, App Notes 1 and 3. App Note 4 makes clear. All those numbers kill me. In distinguishing a leadership and organizational role from one of mere management or supervision, titles such as kingpin or boss are not controlling. Factors the court should consider include the exercise of decision-making authority, the nature of participation in the commission of the offense, the recruitment of accomplices, the claimed right to a larger share of the fruits of the crime, the degree of participation in planning or organizing the offense, the nature and scope of the illegal activity, and the degree of control and authority exercised over others. There can, of course, be more than one person who qualifies as a leader or organizer of a crime, of a criminal association or conspiracy. This adjustment does not apply to a defendant who merely suggests committing the offense. USSG 3B11, App Note 4. Furthermore, in the United States versus Ivza, the Second Circuit explained that in a RICO offense, a defendant's role adjustment is to be made on the basis of the defendant's role in the overall RICO enterprise. Viewed through that lens, it is clear that the defendant was the leader of the enterprise and that the 4-level enhancement is warranted. In opposing the role enhancement, the defendant's argument is twofold. First, he challenges the existence of the enterprise, but the jury clearly and necessarily rejected that contention when it found him guilty of racketeering. May 27, 2022, Sentencing Memorandum 16. Second, he suggests that a role enhancement is only warranted if the activity overseen by the defendant involved 5 or more individuals also engaged in criminal activity. Even assuming, arguendo, that there were not 5 participants involved in the criminal activity, as that the term is defined. The government submits that the criminal activity overseen by the defendant was otherwise extensive. The defendant oversaw dozens of his employees and associates. Example, the inner circle, who knowingly or not were critical to his ability to carry out the offenses he committed. See United States versus Kent. In determining the number of participants, a district court considers 1, the number of knowing participants in the criminal activity. 2, the number of unknowing participants whose activities were organized or led by the defendant with specific criminal intent. And 3, the extent to which the services of the unknowing participants were peculiar and necessary to criminal scheme. Thus, the enhancement is warranted. The government submits that the applicable guidelines calculation is as follows. Racketeering Act 1, bribery, Jane Doe 1, Aaliyah. Base offense level for the 2C is 12. Adjusted offense level, 12. Racketeering Act 2, sexual exploitation of a child, Jane Doe number 2, Stephanie. Base offense level, 32. Plus, offense involved sexual act or sexual contact. So that's plus 2. So the adjusted offense level is 34. Racketeering Act 5, Mann Act violation for Jane Doe number 4, Geronda, base offense level 24, plus participant, otherwise unduly influenced a minor, plus 2. Plus offense involved use of a computer or inactive computer service, plus 2. Plus offense involved sexual act or sexual contact, a plus 2. So the adjusted offense level is 30. Racketeering Act 6, forced labor, Jane Doe number 4, Geronda, base offense level is 22. The adjusted level stays at 22. Racketeering Act 7, sexual exploitation of child, Jane Doe number 4, Geronda. The base level is 32. They added 2 more because of the offense involved sexual act or sexual contact. They also added 2 more due to the offense of the involved use of a computer or inactive computer service. So they added 2 more. So the adjusted level is 36. Racketeering Act 8, Mann Act violation, Jane Doe number 5. Base offense 14, plus offense involved for fraud, plus 4. The adjusted level offense is 18. Racketeering Act Mann Act violation. I'm sorry. Start that over. Racketeering Act 9. Mann Act violation, Jane Doe 5. Jane, base offense level 24. Plus minor was otherwise in the custody care or supervisor control of the defendant, plus 2. Plus participant otherwise unduly influenced the minor, plus 2. Plus offense involved the use of the computer or interactive service, another plus 2. An offense involved sexual act or contact, a plus 2 that gave it a level adjusted of number 32. Racketeering Act 10. Sexual exploitation of a child, Jane Doe number 5. Base level is 32. So they're adding plus 2 for the offense involved in sexual act or contact, plus 2 more for the offense involved for the use of the computer, plus 2 more for minor was otherwise in the custody, care, or supervisor control of the defendant. So the adjusted level for that one is 36. Racketeering Act 11, forced labor, Jane Doe number 5. Base offense is 22. They kept it that way. Racketeering Act 12, Mann Act violation, Jane Doe 6. Base level was 14. They added plus 4 more to that. So the new adjusted level for that is 18. Racketeering Act 13, forced labor for Jane Doe number 6, Faith. Base offense level 30. They added plus 2, which is a 2 level increase according to that code. And it's adding 2 more, and the adjusted level is 32. So Racketeering Act 14, Mann Act violation, Jane Doe number 6 for Faith. Base offense is 14. They added 4 more for offense involved with fraud. And the new level is 18. And then they have here multiple Racketeering Act analysis. So for Racketeering Act 1, they put 0. For Racketeering Act 2, they put 1. For Racketeering Act 5, they put a half. And then they put for Racketeering Act 6, 0. Racketeering Act 7, 1. Racketeering Act 8, 0. Racketeering Act 9, 1. Racketeering Act 10, 1. Racketeering Act 11, 0. Racketeering Act 12, 0. Racketeering Act 13, 1. Racketeering Act 0. Total units is 5.5. So plus levels added, plus 5. And then plus the aggravated role is plus 4. So the total offense level is 45. Wait a minute. So they had 43. Now it's 45. But 43 was a level of life. Okay, right. That's crazy. So based on a total offense of level 45 and a criminal history category of 1, the applicable guidelines range is life imprisonment, right? So a sentence in excess of 25 years is warranted. The government respectfully submits that a sentence in excess of 25 years is appropriate in light of all relevant factors, including the nature and circumstances of the offense, the history and characteristics of the defendant, and the need for the sentence to reflect the seriousness of the offense, to promote respect for the law, to provide just punishment, bro, to afford adequate.
Y'all kill me with that.
Levi. I need you to really preach, brother. Listen. To afford adequate deterrence and to protect the public, bro. We need to protect the public. So now, wait, Larry and Mr. Levi. So they're saying here, not that they want to give him 25. What they're saying is more than 25 is what it's worth.
Man, y'all just don't know how this.
Is that what they're saying, Larry? Am I understanding that?
Man, these people. I'm telling you.
Wait, but now the rumor on the streets is that R. Kelly, the government wants to give him 25 years when in fact, that's not the case. Am I right?
They want to give him life. There's no question about that.
Point blank, period.
I'm not disillusioned.
Yeah, right. I just want to make sure I understood that paragraph. Did you understand that paragraph, Levi? You did? Okay. You all understood it?
I have to say, no, I can't say that. 841G, you have to be a 3-time loser. By this being his first offense, and by, I don't know, man, I seen her go up years on Michael Williams. She just let off Richard Arline because she's saying that he
was traumatized by R. Kelly.
Exactly. So she's looking at the trauma of the victims. So you would assume that her sentencing is going to reflect the trauma of the victims.
Right.
So do you see her going anywhere near under 25 years?
No, I don't. I really don't.
Yeah, I don't see her going under 25. I don't see her going under 50 years.
Yeah, I don't see her. I see her ignoring the sentencing guidelines and giving him. This is what I see. Well, I'm gonna say. I'm not disillusioned.
To his convictions.
I'm not disillusioned. I see her ignoring the sentencing guidelines and giving him between 70 and 90 years. But
let me tell you why, Levi. If you go and you Google this judge is probably going to seek higher office at some point in her life. She has been they call her on Google. If you look at some of the articles, they call her a trailblazer.
She's great. I did a live about her, Larry. I introduced the world to her. Yes.
She's not going to reflect a sentence that suggests that someone with all of the abuse convicted of got a break in her courtroom, and this is a high-profile case.
And let me say,
go ahead.
I'm sorry, brother. Let me say this to Clarence McGee. He had just said, well, because I made a statement. I said that I see her totally discarding the sentencing guidelines and giving my cousin between 70, 90 years. Right. See, this the brother took that as he said, well, Levi's Ocov. No. Levi is not. Levi is not.
Why are you addressing him? I cannot.
No. I know. I take it with a grain of salt. But what I'm saying is that I'm not disillusioned. If you go back 3 years on my channel, I said that the plan is to give him life in prison. Okay, so I don't approach this thinking. I don't even go back and forth with the 25 or the 50. Come on, bro. The man's in his 50s. Okay. A 40-year sentence is life in prison. It is over. You feel me? So that's all I'm saying.
Let me say something real quick. I once again have to point at all of the people, and I'm not gonna say people. I'm not gonna say no names, but I have to. Everyone, regardless in this situation. I don't know if Ms. Rogers is still listening, but when you are a good person, and when you go to church and you have been taught to forgive and you understand somebody died for your sins and whatever your religion is, even though he did these horrific crimes, he still deserved some compassion for what he endured when he was a child. 300 people in his life contributed to him becoming this monster we sitting up here reading about.
That's a fact.
We never got a chance to examine that because we were always getting attacked for our feelings and our thoughts.
Right.
We think that he is guilty. Yeah. We wanted him to have his day. We wanted those girls to have their day in court. If The lawyers came out and called these girls disgruntled groupies. They led the charge. They associated with bloggers. All of that. They hired ghetto cameramen to go film. They did everything the wrong way. And anybody knows that 101, court 101 is that you do not bash the victims in a case.
Yes. Yes, that is a fact, Larry.
Somebody in your chat said, black man, you don't know if he did anything. He has been convicted in federal court.
Right. What are you talking
about? It doesn't matter what I know because I wasn't there.
Right.
He had a day in court with 12 jurors. He had the opportunity to explain himself, put people on the stand, bring in forensic evidence. He didn't do it. They did none of that. They went marching. On Saturdays and shit.
If I may respond.
Go ahead.
Because you called him a monster, and this okay. Let me say this: no, bro, do what you do.
That's what they're labeling.
I don't take. Listen, bro.
That's not what I said, Levi. What I said was we read these things in this sentencing memorandum, and if you read all of them, these are the things that equate him to being a monster.
As accused, bro. I'm not disputing.
No, it's not accused. He's
convicted. Listen, bro.
Over with.
Been convicted, Levi.
Bro, you all want to pop them bottles so bad on the 29th. You can't wait to celebrate. And what I'm saying to you, that's fine.
No, man, Levi, I've been gone for a minute. No.
What?
On the surface, because we've been attacked and arguing, cussed out, all names by these people, it would seem that we would want to pop bottles on the 29th.
There's gonna be some popping of bottles now.
But
if it occurs.
But this is horrible. I don't wanna celebrate a whole bunch of women pain. They're not winning anything. They're somebody is paying for doing something to them, but what is the prize? There's no loss, there's no $100 million lawsuit, there's no $2 billion lawsuit, there's no public outcry for Sony to give these girls in excess of you seen Simone Biles today?
She's suing $1 billion. $1 billion? $1 billion to the government. Because the government, the FBI messed up. They were supposed to do the probe, and they didn't. They let that man continue to abuse little girls. And the girls were between the ages of 10 and 17. How about that?
You see social media. I'm more interested in people getting therapy. Because if you can't look on social media at some of these girls' pages and posts and stuff, and determine within 5 minutes of that these people need therapy and hugs, and they have to live with whatever happened to them, whatever they endured over a point of time. I'm not gonna ignore that. I'm not gonna ignore it. No lawyer is putting out something on Google. The girls from R. Kelly, this and that. They're suing Sony and anybody else that was associated with him, distribution companies, and they're not suing them for $700 million. That's what I want to see. What I want to see. Right. But you know what, though? This television show didn't even get these girls therapy.
Right.
They didn't even get them enough money to buy a motherfucking Ford Focus.
Yeah. They put themselves out there.
Everybody.
And they really didn't get real help. Levi jumped out by accident. I don't know what happened.
There is no retribution. I would like to see the government, not the government, but I would like to see the world come to these women aid like they do the victims of Larry Nassar at Michigan State. I would like to see the world come together like they did when George Floyd got shot, or Simone Biles asking for $1 billion.
Right.
I would love to see that.
Right.
I don't want to see any of these girls taking this opportunity to be on Love and Hip Hop or some shit. I don't want to see that. I don't want to see that.
You know, Larry, I've said it too, that I agree with you. I think they should go after Sony.
They should go after everybody. They should go after Lifetime.
Right, Lifetime, Sony, you know.
Listen to me. Lifetime has a legal department. They took that shit off TV. You want to know why? Because the actions that was in Lifetime does not match up with the actions that was in the transcript.
Right. Not for everyone.
And those girls are going to be judged and ridiculed by that goddamn television show for the rest of their life.
Right.
For the rest of their life, anywhere they go, they're going to be ridiculed. You got to pay me for that. You got to pay me for that. If I'm going to go out in public and a motherfucker's going to want to throw pies in my face and shit, you have to pay me for that.
And you know, legally, people who do documentaries cannot pay the people to be in the documentary, because then it's called bribing them or something like that. I forgot. I read it somewhere. Like you're bribing them or extorting them or something like that. I was like, what? So that's why they only pay them when they bring documents forward. So they only pay them for the documents that they can use in the documentary.
Yeah, then that's fucked up. You know what that's called? That's called pimping. That's called pimping. That company didn't give a fuck about them. They didn't get them 100,000. I would sue them. You didn't vet these people.
Yeah, a lot of them were vetted. I can't.
Man, you know what I mean? This is not could you drop the link for Levi? Drop the link in the chat.
Yes.
This is not no small company. This company been around for years. They got billions of dollars, and they wouldn't spend $50,000 for a man to ride around, take notes to find out if these things they're gonna put on this television show is accurate.
Right.
And now the people that went on the television show and told the goddamn truth, they're gonna be grouped together with the people that didn't tell the truth. And I sued the shit out of them, and I sued the shit out of them for $500 million. And I spend my personal money advertising that I'm suing them on Instagram. I spend $20,000 a month on it.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
You don't let people play with you. You don't let people play with you. Don't.
Yeah, you know, that the girls, they tried to do a lawsuit against Don and R. Kelly for the whole escapade that happened in the premiere.
They don't have any money. That's a wasted lawsuit. What are you saying?
Right? And you know what, Larry? Nothing has happened with that lawsuit. There's nothing going on.
They don't have anything. They don't have anything. You have to go out of... Listen, I'm going to tell you this right here. Sony knew that R. Kelly was a liability. They took that into consideration of his record deal. Sony has insurance money sitting over there right now for R. Kelly. But they're not going to go out and do a press like, hey, girls, you know, you can come sue us and get this insurance money we have over here. They probably got $100 million worth of insurance over there. Because whoever took that deal upstairs and said, hey, we got a chance to get R. Kelly, like, man, I ain't getting involved in that. He be fucking with them kids. Remember that shit with Aaliyah? I ain't getting involved in that. Tell him if he take this deal, he gonna have to sign all this insurance shit. You see what I'm saying? And he gonna have to take a pay cut, all kind of shit.
I don't know about that business, so
Well, I'll say this much, that at the end of the day, you guys must understand that I'm playing in your arena right now, okay? For one. Okay, so I don't expect for the crowd to jump when I do it, you know, get a slam dunk. Y'all gonna, you feel me? And I recognize that.
That's your fault. You looking at the chat. That's your fault.
Oh no, I ain't even watching it, bro. I ain't watching the chat. I'm not watching the chat, nor am I irate or upset. What I'm saying is this: since Larry has been home, the moment that I found out he was back, I've been in analytical mode. Okay, understand? Everything with me is analytical. I'm not emotional. I'm not tripping. It is what it is. But as it pertains,
Levi, we talking about some real shit here, man. Do you think Sony? You think that Sony didn't know this shit? And everybody's talking about, why did the niggas in the hood help R. Kelly? Why the fuck Sony didn't help R. Kelly?
But you're
Actually, you know what they did when they lent him that money to continue to pay off these girls? They also helped him out when they sent Jimmy Maines out there to collect videos.
That makes them liable. That makes them liable.
Exactly, Larry.
But here's the problem. Guess what? Here's the problem. And I'm glad you said that. If they were to try to sue Sony, if they were to try to sue Lifetime, if they were to try to sue these people, those high-powered attorneys are going to point out not only the lies that were told on a Lifetime docuseries, they're even going to borrow from this conviction and talk about those things that warranted a mistrial or warranted him being found innocent. What I'm saying to Larry, and that's fine, you on that side, bro, do what you do. But no, I didn't cut you off. I didn't cut you off. But the one thing I will never do is sit with anyone and pretend that this particular conviction was a fair conviction. I could sit down here right now and read off 50 things that were absolutely absurd, absolutely insane. I can run off 50 things, bro, that were absolutely absurd.
Did you just not hear us read this shit that they had?
Bro, this is the
video of the man choking and beating and
this is the problem. What y'all reading right now is their rendition, and I'm gonna prove it. When they talked about Jane Doe number 5, they just cited.
That's the only argument.
I didn't cut you off, bro.
Okay, go ahead.
There's more arguments. When they talked about Jane Doe number 5, they did not cite in this particular document when they said that he basically coerced and had her come to him. They didn't talk about the fact that the parents were encouraging it. They didn't talk about the text messages. When they talked about the whole,
it doesn't matter, Levi. It doesn't matter if the parents encourage it. They acted unethical. They said that. But the person who played for the plane tickets, the person that wanted her there, the person that sent the money, the person that was communicating her on the other hand, the person that wanted something from her, which was sex, was him. It was
this entire. Listen, I'm gonna say it to you again. I never attacked the parents. I never attacked the alleged victims. But this entire document that you guys just read, as it pertains to them asking the court to sentence them to however many years, they're going to definitely support their own and reinforce what they've said. What I'm saying to you all is that this document, everything Larry is saying, rest upon an unfair conviction. Listen, I'm gonna give an example. Larry, I was listening to him read the transcripts earlier, and the judge was giving, if you go back, which I'm going to address what you're saying on my channel, I'm going to, give my commentary on it. However, if you go back and listen to the judge's instructions to the jury, and then as you read that, as I watch your channel today, and you match that with certain members of the jury watching the Lifetime docuseries, it doesn't even add up. But listen, I'm not blaming you all. I'm not blaming the prosecutors. I am blaming.
We're just having an intelligent conversation. So
yes, sir.
So she also said in those instructions to the jury that nothing you see in the media or anything should be taken into advisement. Nothing. She said that for the attorney. She said that.
Yeah, she did.
She said that. And it's not like the government is just accusing him of doing things that was in the docuseries. No, they had corroborated evidence. They had the Mayweathers, they had Cheryl Mack, they had the bus drivers, they had the drivers, they had.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, Larry. Let me ask you a simple question.
Okay.
Put yourself in my cousin's shoes. If your attorneys sat there doing jury selection and allowed people to preside over you as a juror who watched that docuseries, would you agree with that and say, oh, they watched it, okay, fine, come on in? Or would you pitch a fit? What would you do?
Hey, let me answer your question.
Be honest.
Did you watch the third video I put out today?
Not the third. I saw the two. Okay. I didn't see the third.
I'm not gonna answer you right now because you hadn't watched that video. From the first day that she did opening statements and was ladies and gentlemen, When you watch that video, and I got people that's not even subscribed to my channel, like, hey, I came across this. What the fuck is wrong with this lady? From the first day she did opening statements, this case was over.
I agree.
It was over.
I agree.
Everything that she talked about was some mumbo jumbo shit that didn't have anything to do with nothing. It was terrible. It was the worst opening statement in any case I've ever tuned into. It was terrible. So
It really
if you
was.
want to blame somebody for him losing the case, you got to blame him.
No, bro. I'm gonna say it to you again, bro. Listen to me.
Let me finish.
I'm sorry.
You have to blame him because no one in American history has ever fired their lawyers 2 weeks before they started a trial on a racketeering charge. Never. Or any charge. You bought it, you own it. And what he got in 2 weeks with Martin Luther King, with the Cole, and the guy that passed out, this is a reflection right here that we're reading. This is a result of that. And I keep hearing people talk about appeal. I told you that I just came off the farm. It's people that's there that got way more money than your cousin that filed an appeal, and they've been waiting 7 years. Matter of fact, it was more than 10 people. I'm waiting on the appeal. Well, when did you file it? Well, it was 2.5 years ago, or it was 4.5 years ago. He's not gonna, okay, the case is over with. It's Monday. Let's do the appeal, and we back in court 3 months from now. Doesn't work that way.
I'm gonna say it like this, and I think you would agree. At this juncture, with the sentencing approaching, the only thing that can turn this around is a Perry Mason moment. At this, no, I'm gonna say it again. If you think that everything, if you think that I think everything is lost, and that listen, bro, if you think that I think that everything is lost, and I'm about to walk off the court or walk off the field and say, well, we got a minute and a half left, it's over. No, bro, it's gonna take a Hail Mary pass in order to offset this sentencing date, to postpone that. It is going to take a Hail Mary pass for people to see exactly what took place. But this is not the proper forum for me to talk about that, because y'all in y'all celebratory mood. I get it. I respect that. Y'all got the win right now. You got this document up here right now. I'm not no hater. Y'all, and you know, and Larry understands, he's already expressed it, why he lost. He understands it very clearly. It doesn't make any sense how this whole trial went. For an attorney to come in 6 weeks before the damn trial, take a vacation for 2, and then fall asleep in the courtroom. But that's not on y'all. Okay, that's on my cousin. It's not on y'all.
So you know what? I'm in a good mood. I'm in a great mood. Diva, you there? Diva probably stepped away from the phone. I'm in a good mood. You know, like, I don't want to kill people's hopes and shit. If you think it's gonna be an appeal, you know what I mean,
bro.
I'm in a good space, man. If you think it's gonna be an appeal, it's okay. This and that.
No, I'm not talking about an appeal, my brother.
Man,
I didn't say an appeal. Appeal takes years, bro. I ain't talking about damn. Listen, bro. I'm gonna say it on this channel again. Robert's cases were infiltrated and hijacked by a group of terrorists who were acting in concert with certain members of his legal team.
I can't, you know what? They did what they do. You're right about that. 100%. You're right. But the lawyers didn't have to engage. The lawyers didn't have to be sending entertainment contracts to the Trump every Tuesday. The lawyers didn't have to be making documentaries. They didn't have to be on court TV. They could have been doing what this new lawyer is doing now, and that's reading the evidence, filing motions, doing things the right way, representing him straight up, and let the chips fall where they may. But his lawyers went the cheap route with his money. They tried to come up with scams and gimmicks, and it didn't work, and he's paying for it. And the sad part about it is They didn't have to go through the ending part. They're not with they didn't have to go through the trial and be humiliated because they didn't spend hours reading 400,000 case file documents. They got out. So they got all of the exposure while he's out on bond, court TV and documentaries and movies. They thought they had struck it rich, you know? But hold on. But when it came time to go in their trial, they wasn't on there. They was gone. They was on Twitter.
That's 1,000% correct. Everything you're saying is absolutely correct. But what I'm saying is that if his case is not a model, perfect argument for ineffective counsel, I don't know what is. And I don't want to go through the whole speech, but I'm gonna say it again. That man deserved his fair day in court. He deserved that.
Let me tell you what's really gonna happen. He's gonna get sentenced, and he's going to get sentenced. He's gonna get sent to Saffron. That is the medium chomo for prison because his sentence is so high. But he on the first offense level, he's gonna go to a medium. He's not gonna go to a USP. He is not ever going to be touched in jail. He's actually gonna be a king.
He'll be all right.
He's gonna be a king. He's gonna be in Arizona. He's gonna be at Saffron. He will never get raped or touched in prison. All of that shit. You listen to them stupid people. That shit don't happen. No one touches. And I don't want you to get mad at me about this, but they call them chomos in prison.
Right.
His lawyers is gonna go away because his money is gonna dry up from lawsuits. Somebody is eventually gonna get off, gonna get up and be like, you know what, and all of these companies and the sharks is gonna come in. His lawyers is gonna go away. He's gonna have his fans, but the time will stretch on. He'll file a habeas corpus. The judge will appoint him an attorney. That attorney will turn out being better than any attorney that he got right now. And they'll come meet with him and they'll file his appeals.
I get it. But
let me ask you a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Why do you feel that his New York trial was unjust? What do you see that was not fair?
Oh my God. Well, first of all, as it approached, I was the one screaming on my channel and Grown Man's channel. Why are his attorneys in close contact with individuals who are undermining his case? Why are they in contact? Why have they formed relationships with individuals who were actually? Let me answer more poignantly, Miss. Here's the deal.
Diva.
If Miss Diva, yes. If you look at the motions that they filed asking that he be released, every time the government responded, they said, no, we cannot release him. They talked about the risk of flight. Then they went on and say that he would coerce, bribe, interrogate, intimidate, harass, stalk witnesses. Okay, the attorneys said, okay, they walked right out of the courtroom and actually held meetings with, lengthy conversations with individuals who were committing federal crimes. They actually formed relationships with, colluded with either and directed individuals who were doing exactly what I just named. I can run down the crimes. You have one blogger who was illegally recorded Demetrius Smith. Okay, I can run down. You have one blogger who was involved in the bribery scheme, who was named in the in the indictment.
So pardon me for a second. So your thing is you feel like because he the supporters out here and stuff like that were intervening with the lawyers, you feel that he had an unfair trial due to that?
I'm saying that anyone would tell you that a defendant's chances of winning a case is greater if they're free, if they're able to sit in a private cell at home.
Got it. So you're saying you feel like he didn't get a fair shot because he would have had a better chance of fighting his case if he would have been free on bond.
Yes, and they were colluding with people who were justifying them holding him. That is gross inadequacy. That
Well,
is
you know,
criminal.
Levi, a lot of defendants wind up fighting their cases in jail.
Okay,
And
what
they
is that?
get fair trials all the time.
No, I'm gonna say it to you again. A man with no criminal record, okay, should not be made. I get it. If you catch a serial killer and you have DNA, you don't get a serial killer bond. Okay, we know that. However, what I'm saying is, listen, it's like it goes back to the Lifetime docuseries and some of the jurors watching that docuseries. And Larry said it right. He's spot on when he said that. My cousin's case in New York, all it required was for his attorneys to sit down, read every single sentence in the paperwork, all of the discovery, read all of that, hire 2 competent investigators. That's all it took, and fought his case. That's all they had to do. Okay, but they were unprepared. Okay, he just talked about the attorney, her opening statement that Larry has on his 3rd video, how the blunders that she was committing from her opening statement. What Larry may not know is that same attorney, according to one of the bloggers, said that she told him, "Oh, can you believe it? Tasha K says he's innocent." He talks about his deep, extensive relationship, how that woman was on the phone with that ex-con, that ex-murderer, countless. She basically, he was her consultant. Okay, he's her consultant. He calls himself a doctor and he's not a doctor. The man he's an ex-felon. She's divulging information to him concerning the case. She says, "I don't know what we're going to do about the Azriel Aaliyah situation." Divulging courtroom defense secrets to a stranger.
Well, let me ask you this.
Right.
I have to ask you. And I know it's not your responsibility because you wasn't doing it. But is his team kills going after the lawyer's law license? Are they going? Because they certainly, listen, I got entirely too much attention when it came to this shit. I don't know him. I haven't been to Chicago.
That's a fact.
I don't know any of the girls. They were sending clips of my videos, lawyers, all kinds of shit, right? But
yeah,
Cheryl Mack is at Target with no mask on, shopping. She's at events. Diana Copeland is on Good Morning America. Anthony Navarro is probably riding around in his Escalade. All of the producers are still working. Felt no pressure. And I told you everything that was going to happen in this case. And I told you that it was not going to be any of us. And I also told you there was not going to be any of the parents that took the stand against your cousin.
I agree, but this is what I'm saying to you, bro. When you make reference to them, this is the problem I have. You're making reference as if, and I know you may be doing it in a trivial way, but you're making reference. I want to be clear on something. Those people who held and led those protests, so-called protests, all they were concerned about was getting on the shade room, okay? They were not concerned about true advocacy for my cousin. Be clear on this. When you look at the civil rights marches, they were concerned about getting Black folk their rights. Dr. King and the work, you feel me?
I have to disagree with you. Let me tell you why. I think they are generally concerned about your cousin. I just think that they had the wrong approach. They didn't have the right speaker. They investigated the wrong shit. They attacked and went after the wrong people. If the plan for them was to intimidate people from going to take the stand testifying against him, all the people they intimidated never had any intention of going to trial anyway.
Let's go back. Since you just made that statement, let's rationalize this.
Okay.
Was Jane Doe number 5 the star witness in the New York case? Would you say yes or no?
I would say no.
Okay. Was she a significant witness in the New York case?
she was significant in the case because the documentary made her the star of the television show.
Was her?
Let me explain this. She was the girl that was there. She was the first minor acknowledged. That's why, not because it was more evidence against her than it was against anyone else. The most clear-cut case in this whole thing is Faith.
Can we back up for a minute, please?
Right. Faith is the whole reason why they brought in the charges because she started in New York.
I'm going to say this to you. If you took the charges, and I don't name the alleged victims' names, but since you said it, if you took Faith's charges and put them by themselves, just her charge, listen, her accounts, the herpes, the this, the that, if you took that alone, I'm not talking about the R allegations. I'm not going into that. I'm saying if you took those charges, they would have been fightable charges. He would have been able to fight them. And if with the herpes and all of that, bro, what is that punishable by? A year in prison if that first time offense, probation, bro. Come on.
Let me answer your question.
Yeah, the herpes situation is misdemeanor offense of a year.
Thank you.
Hold on, it was civil. It was civil. It was civil. It was very civil. But he's not charged with an individual crime.
I said that.
Yeah, exactly.
I said hypothetically if.
When they introduced the racketeering, now you're able to go back as far as you want and charge him for all of the other crimes. Now you're able to bring in a conspiracy and say that he had help. All of those things are points. We just got through reading it on the screen. All of those things is what they enhancement points.
Yes.
So what you're trying to say is, what would this case look like if he had no enhancements?
That's not what I was trying to say. I was getting to a point. I said, I was getting to this point. What would this case look like if Jane Doe number 5, expressing what she expressed to Gayle King, had been testifying for the defense? Now stop. Follow me on this. What would his entire New York trial had looked like if Jane Doe number 5 was on that stand advocating for him and strongly speaking up for him in New York? Now check this out.
Well, okay. We discussed this. And my position on that, my personal opinion, not law, not case law, not anything that you read in the documents. I personally do not think that Jane Doe number 5 ever lied. I don't think she lied. I don't think she lied on precedence. I think she's always told the truth.
I agree with you, Larry. I think she's always told the truth.
Check this out. Follow me, please. What I'm saying is this. She's very articulate. She's a well-spoken young lady. She's very swift with the gift. She don't stumble. She'll look you straight in your eyes and she'll speak it and articulate and express to you her sentiments. She's very advanced in her age as it pertains to how she thinks and how she speaks. No one can take that away from her. So if she had been testifying for the defense on behalf of my cousin, it would have changed the entire dynamic. Am I saying that he would have got off? No, I'm saying it would have been a huge weapon.
Hold on. It's other mitigating factors besides her testimony, man.
Bro, but you're not following me on this.
Right, she's not the only one in the case.
But you're getting.
Let me finish. You said that if Azriel was on the side of your cousin testifying on behalf of him, she would have been charged with perjury and locked up because her iCloud, plane tickets, videos, audio,
pictures,
the Mayweather's testimony with text messages between them saying that she was on the bus. Do you think that she could have stood up to cross-examination? Well, you say that nothing happened to you. The Mayweathers is saying that you got beat up on the bus and text messages. Is that true or not? Then the bus driver saying, yeah, I was on the bus. She was back there. She got beat up and she was on the back of the bus.
But there are 12 jurors sitting there saying, well, she said that it didn't happen. She said, what are you talking about?
That's why you have corroborating evidence.
No,
Yeah,
you can't
corroborating
corroborate. Listen,
evidence.
bro, let me explain something to you. They had corroborating evidence with the first trial in Chicago in 2008, but the young lady didn't show up, said it wasn't her. What do you if you don't have a victim? Okay, if you don't have a victim, what you're saying is, listen, I don't care who says what or what says who. Levi broke in Larry's house. Levi did this to Larry, and Levi shot at Larry, and then Larry sits on the stand and says, Levi ain't do none of that to me. It's over with, bro. Let's not. But you're not following me down this. Here's what I was saying.
That doesn't stand. Listen.
That has no legs.
It has no legs because they have video, audio, and corroboration. If it was his word against her word, then yes. If it was a state case, basically what you're saying. If it was a state case with no video and audio, yes. You just Johnny Depp go through the same thing.
What I'm saying to you is that there has been countless allegations, including on Lifetime, alleged against certain things that he was supposed to have done towards Joycelyn. Where was Joycelyn in any of these documents? It didn't exist. Okay, she wasn't there. So there's nothing criminal that you can point to and say, okay, he did this to Joycelyn, he did that to Joycelyn from a criminal perspective. What I'm saying to you is that when this whole entire conversation, the premise of it started out what you said. You thought those people were true advocates for R. Kelly. And I'm telling you, when you look at when Jane Doe number 5 had a change of heart, if you are a true advocate for R. Kelly, you're not going to push her towards testifying against him. You're going to fall back and hopefully she'll have another change of heart. You could never convince me that they were for R. Kelly as they sat on their goddamn channel, excuse me for swearing, and berated, attacked, intimidated, went into courtrooms looking for her, put pictures of her up eating feces. They launched every attack of intimidation that you could imagine towards Jane Doe number 5. So how are you going to convince me they were concerned about R. Kelly? Listen, how are you going to convince me they were concerned about R. Kelly after he was almost killed in the MCC when they crossed the barriers and his brother came out and said, yo, I appreciate the support, but please don't go back to the MCC. And they said, F you a crackhead. We still going back to the MCC and doing what we do. In other words, if he gets killed, we don't give a damn because we want to be on the shade room. They attempted to actually start a prison riot. It is all documented. The commander at that facility wrote up a report why he chose to shut it down. So, brother, when you say to me, that those people were sincere in their advocacy, you could never convince me of that because you saw it and I saw it.
Well, let me say this. I don't believe all of them are together as a team. That was a handful of people too. You know, I mean, they're being led. You have to understand that those people, listen. Everyone always thought that, that was the best approach.
Why do you keep saying that?
Brother, welcome.
No. I'm not saying you.
But why do you keep saying it was the best approach? Go ahead, bro. I'm sorry.
Well, they was trying to advocate for the person that they care about.
They were trying to get on the shade room. What are you talking about?
I agree. They were trying to get accolades, but they were trying to help too. But in the process, they were making things worse. Not giving a fuck because what mattered most was their accolades. I agree.
Let's bust this bubble right quick, Diva. You want to know how they got on the shade room? It's a young lady that used to be a part of my channel, and she's a pretty big deal out in California. She got him on the shade room.
I'm not even talking about that incident.
Somebody ain't got him on the shade room. They didn't get themselves.
I'm not talking about that incident. What I'm trying to tell you is that all they were concerned about were cash apps and trying to get publicity. They didn't. Yeah. There you go. You had several of them when tapes surfaced speaking. I can name the so-called bloggers. Damn near all of them it was revelations where it was tapes that surfaced where they spoke how they truly felt about R. Kelly. He's a dope dealing singer. Lock that nigga. Come on, bro. See, the thing, Larry, you're operating at a disadvantage. I'm going to tell you why. That man is my cousin. And I know what true advocacy looks like. Am I saying that everyone who claims to be a proponent of R. Kelly is not? No. What I'm saying to you is that you can never convince me that you are an advocate when you follow people who are talking up under young ladies' clothes. When Azriel would launch or try to do business, everybody call and mess it up. These terrorist activities, if you are trying to advocate for a man and you following after dudes, ex-convicts that ain't got a pot to piss in or a window to throw it out of, all they do is threaten, throw up gang signs, threatening people's lives, and you gonna tell me that those who followed that were advocates of R. Kelly, bro? Stop it.
Okay.
Well, in your eyes, they're not, but you know what? That's what they portrayed it to the world, unfortunately.
Right.
No, that's what they portrayed it to the federal authorities, and they're gonna be called to answer for it. That's what they portrayed it to.
The YouTube world, Levi, and to the YouTube streets.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, I agree. But I just don't. I don't like, when I hear that, when anyone says, well, these are R. Kelly supporters, I know the interworkings. I know that he had nothing to do with them. I know how he's felt about them for the last couple of years. And I'm not talking about no secondhand information, bro. I'm talking about the real stuff coming from the real individual. He's never condoned any of that. But guess what? His attorneys did. And as a result of that, this guilty verdict came down. I don't expect for you all to agree with me because you have the win right now. That's fine. But I know what I know. And I know when that woman, when Larry read that on his channel, with that opening statements from that woman, no one can tell me that she was prepared. You know why she wasn't prepared? She was sitting on the phone with bloggers. She was holding countless conversations with total strangers while they sent her illegal information on certain individuals. They were a party. Certain members of Robert's legal team were a party to doxing, witness intimidation, harassment, bribery, coercion. These are crimes. And in that April 17th document filed in New York by the prosecutor, that 7-page document, April 17th, Larry, go look at it. April 17th, page 3. They point out their crimes. They identify them as a network of individuals. They talk about them attempting to overtly intimidate the witnesses. But
yeah,
the thing,
we've read that.
That's right. And they said it was they worked for him. They said he has a network of individuals. But the attorneys could not refute it because they were complicit. They were involved. That's all I'm saying. But, listen, man, we could talk all day. I'm on some analytical stuff. I'm not, I think I'm about to get off of here, but I thank all of the mods for blocking the terrorists because this is what they don't want to see. I commend Larry for coming home on some positive analytical stuff. I'm totally positive. I'm totally analytical. Even coming on here today reminds me of Jennifer Bonjean and the prosecutors. You feel me? You don't see no name calling in those documents. This is just like a tennis match. It's a thinking man's game. It's a thinking woman's game. So thank you, mods. I know anytime I appear on any of y'all joints, it's gonna be people calling me.
You're welcome over here. I might curse your ass out in the behind the scenes and shit.
No doubt.
I love you. I have respect for you. I could get, the fight. I understand. We're in a fight and you guys are in a fight. I get it.
Yes,
but
and
I love the fact that I really do miss you and grown men's conversations because they were always normal. I mean, they might have gotten a little bit out of control, but nothing to where it's a mess the way it is today,
Exactly. And I love and respect you also, sister, and understand something that This is what no one wants. Okay, they want the arguing. They want because they can't do what you guys were doing today, and that's read. Listen, one thing people forget.
De verdad, you're speaking the truth.
It is the problem what people forget. I'll see some people come on and say we can't read and we gonna read. No, it's not about reading only. When I was a child, I was taught reading comprehension skills.
Right.
It is about, you feel me? Is reading and comprehending. You feel me? And that's what they don't want, because this kind of conversation right here, what you guys are doing, it takes people away from the terrorism. Plain and simple.
Let me say this, Levi. We have been arguing and going back. Well, I have been arguing and going back and forth with those people for almost 4 years. Now, I think that it's time after, the next 3 months to let these women get this behind them, to start the healing process. When your cousin gets sentenced, it's you have to understand where I'm coming from with this. I just left a place that is not the best place, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot of men that I sat down with, and I had a lot of great conversations. People are anxious to restart their life. They're anxious for a second chance. They understand the mistakes that they made. They understand the people that they neglected. They understand how being in that situation has burdened the people in their life, right? So my perspective is probably a little bit different. I haven't forgot that. I'm not that far removed. There isn't a handbook on advocacy. We all made mistakes. Of course, I'll agree with you that they made a lot of goddamn mistakes. I'll give it to you. But when I made this statement that the other day, and when I said that we all lose, I'm looking at everything in totality. I can't equate one thing to the next, because we just read all of that stuff about a man's crimes, and he's going to court, and obviously he's going to pay for it. But it's a lot of us that look like me and you that's getting their brains blown out today, that died today somewhere in America laying in the middle of the street. And it's going to be some of us that's going to die tomorrow. Matter of fact, every day for the rest of this week. That is also a sentence. We have to, what I would like for us to do, and I don't think we'll do it right now or no time soon, but we have to start the process of appreciating the people that wash our clothes, take care of our kids, bear our children, especially the ones of color.
Oh, I love my family.
You know what I mean? We need to start to understand, instead of the case is about to be over.
Can I say this real quick, please? Can I say this real quick? I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I see the chat, bro. Don't even do it. So what I'm saying is that we've read everything. We all pick a side. We're not gonna agree, and your cousin is gonna be sentenced accordingly to that. What I'm saying is that at some point, I hope that we could have a conversation that involves how did we get here. I actually want to look at, it's a lot. He got more co-defendants than the people that work for him. I think his family is co-defendants. I think his brothers are co-defendants. I think his sister is a co-defendant. I think all of his closest friends, all of them, they're co-defendants. You know, I do. Because
I agree.
There's no way that you could have did this that we just read, and everybody around you don't know what's going on. Because if I'm with you and I know you got $100 million, I'm gonna be like, man, Let's go shopping. Let's go get a steak. Let's go to the spa. Let's go get dressed. Let's go out. If I'm single and I'm a young man, hey, look at them girls right there. I'm in a club. Everybody's of age, you know, but when we never do that and you have to go over here and I see that you talking to somebody that looks like my little sister, come on, man. You know, come on.
Right.
Where you are, I respect that, but explain. I'm not. Listen, please understand something. With all due respect, it's like I'm down 2 games. Ain't won 1 game in the finals. You know. You want to talk about the champions? Yeah, we gonna listen, bro. Listen, I'm not saying you saying that. I'm saying this. When you speak to me, bro, I have not conceded to New York. You rarely hear me talk about Chicago, bro. And that's when everything you just said. While I understand what you're saying, I don't agree with none of it, because in order for what you just said to hold weight, he would have had to have been given a fair, just trial with advocacy, true attorneys advocating for him. Even you saw what the woman, how her opening statements were. You know he had inadequate legal defense.
Hey, look, we gonna have a conversation about
yes, sir.
But we popping them bottles in 2 weeks.
Hey, it's gonna be postponed.
I'm smoking my blunts.
It's gonna be postponed. That's my prediction. I'm telling y'all.
No,
I get it.
No, I'm just saying, man. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna dare make a joke about a man's life, man. I'm telling you, man. I'm just not.
No, bro. I get the trivial speech. I don't get upset or offended. I've never gotten upset. Y'all didn't call, not y'all, but they called me gay. You know, I come over, he gay too. This, I laugh at it, bro. But what I don't take it personal.
Levi, me and you gonna have this argument, right?
Yes.
Who made the decision to fucking hire them lawyers? The first ones.
He did. Definitely was a mistake.
Who made the decision to goddamn fire them and get the second ones?
Well, see, you don't know the inner workings of that. I'm there. I'm there.
We had a Coercion hearing about this, and the judge confronted him and said, "Look, your lawyers is stupid. One of them falling out. One of them is conflicted. You should want to do this."
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I don't know why he kept Tricky Nikki. I'm
gonna say it again, y'all. You don't understand. I know what you don't know. And
it is a lady in the chat. She has asked this question like 4 or 5 times, and she want to ask you this question, Levi. She has posted it. It's on the Justice Speech. She says, "Levi for Kelly, have you visited your cousin? If so, how is his health? Thank you, brother Levi."
right. I posted it on the screen. I guess he was trying to address her.
Thank you, Justice Speaks. Let me say this. I've been a lot of places, and I don't come on social media and speak where I go, when I go, and how I go. But I'll say this much. There is no one, I'm going to make a statement on here, they'll play it 1,000 times, but there's no one outside of a few who has, got to word this the right way, no one has been closely connected with him, understands his plight, understands the inner workings of everything. There's no one on social media that you can point to that has not been closer since he's been in this situation to Robert than myself. And I'll leave it at that. As far as how I move, I never go into that. But I'll tell you this much. Your question, as far as how's his health and things of that sort, trust me, I know firsthand. And I raise my right hand to the most high God. I raise my right hand to the Almighty. I know firsthand, play by play, how he's doing. But I would never divulge that on here. But I don't spend time trying to convince people of certain things. That's why I'm very passionate about this, because you know, it's sad. It is just sad that strangers were allowed to infiltrate his cases. And Grown Man is correct on the first part when he said who hired them. I give you that. He did. But as far as the firing and the moving around and this Manchurian attorney being placed in there, he had no control over that. Even though he had to give the okay, it was an act of scaling his legal walls, infiltrating allegedly, and hijacking his cases. And I'll say this much also.
Hold on. You can't. I gotta stop you. So you trying to tell me, Levi for Kelly, that in these court documents, it said that he controlled every aspect of these women's lives. He made them call him daddy. He made them wear sweatsuits. He locked them in rooms. He told them in the bathroom. He told them when they could eat. They got corroborating evidence of he made them write letters. He made them write videos. They are in possession of these things. They have it on video. They have it on video of them being coerced. So you are trying to tell me on Diva Divine Light Channel that he controlled every aspect. Every girl got up there and testified that, hey, this nigga don't let you do nothing. You ain't finna go, you can't run, get your nails done fucking with him. But everybody else that worked for him, they just ran amok. This person got the credit cards, and this person is goddamn eating in the studio. And everybody else is doing everything they want to do whenever they get ready to do it. But the only thing he was concerned about was controlling every aspect of these girls' lives. You don't think that he didn't have control over just everything? You think it was just the girls? Is that what you're telling me?
No, I think that his staff and those who work for him, the reason why you don't see their names anywhere in these indictments or superseding indictments is because, with the exception of a couple, is because when they were called into those rooms, they told any and everything that they wanted to hear. I think that, no, but I'm not going to dodge your question. Yes, Robert is very, very controlling. I'm not going to dodge your question. Mm-hmm. Yes, he's very controlling and he's very cognizant of his machine. There's no question about that. Just no, like just like Puff Daddy, just like Jay-Z, just like 50 Cent, they control their machine.
I agree with that, and I can understand that. You know, you have to have some level of control as an artist because you have so many people in and out as a revolving door, and then you have your normal staff that goes with you everywhere. So you do have to have some type of control, but he was doing abusive control. It's a difference. Coercive control. It's a difference. Those things, enticing, inducing, persuading, those are all crimes according to the law. And therefore, yes, R. Kelly had control, but he was committing crimes at the same time. And I'm pretty sure he didn't realize it until they caught his ass and said, listen, no. And then he said, what? I didn't know I was committing crimes because I was trying to secure my world.
I would disagree. I would disagree with you in this regard. Everything you just described and everything you guys just read, if you go back to Dream Hampton, her own interview when she talked about interviewing each and some of these people that's in this the paperwork. No. I'm going to explain something to you. Okay. After they gave her the same, not the same accounts, but the accounts of their experience with Robert, she asked them, so do you think should he go to jail? She said 100% of them said, no, he shouldn't be locked up. So when you say
they say he needs help.
Okay, talk about how these, if he was that bad, why did they go back to him, Diva? Why did they go back? But why did they go back? Would you go back to someone that's doing all these things?
Yes, if I'm in an abusive relationship, which I have been, and I also know women that have been. When you love someone and you are depending on them solely, they are your life, your world, you will do whatever it is to keep them around because in your mind and in your heart and in your soul, You know you love this person and this person loves you too, regardless of how they treat you. In the end, they shape your mind to think that that is love.
So that's accurate. That's very, very accurate. A lot of people ask me, a lot of people have asked me in these past 3 days, they say, people that hit me up, they was like, well, are you having a change of heart here? No, I'm not. But I can say this. If it was up to me, what I would do is, and I can't put a price on a victim's pain because I wasn't there.
Right.
It's not up to me about what I think that they should do with him. They ain't gonna listen to me anyway. A lot of these people would think that they call me before they make any decision, but they're not gonna listen to me. I'm not there, and I can't put a price on. I don't know how Faith is feeling tonight. She might hate that nigga. She might want him to shoot him at a firing squad on Friday night. I don't know. How's I supposed to know? But I do agree that what he went through in the past, I can't do that. Not now. After the sentencing, then I'll come back and I'll give my thoughts. I don't want to take away anything of these women having their day in court. They should have their day in court. So I'm going to reserve what I think should happen to him to after court. It doesn't matter what I think anyway. It really, really doesn't.
1,000% right. I'm sorry, Diva.
Right, Larry, right.
I have a question.
No.
Diva, I have a question. How many total victims is it in this case?
If I'm not mistaken, I believe it's 14.
14 different girls in this case?
Let's see. We got 3 in the state case, 1 in Minnesota, 5 in New York.
I'm just talking about in New York, in the New York case.
In New York, it's 6.
Okay, so this is what I do believe. I think all 6 of those women should get $100 million apiece.
Okay, that's fine. But I'm gonna ask Diva a question also.
I'm interested in well-being and therapy going forward.
I would like to ask Diva a question also. Piggyback on your question.
Bow to you, Levi.
Okay, now you answered. You were very forthright when you answered Larry's question.
Of course.
Okay, when you add up the victims in the New York case and the Chicago case and Minnesota, I have a question for Diva. I don't care if it's 50 victims. I want you to be honest. How many of them to this date have monetized their victimhood?
That are in the cases?
Yeah, that's received $1. I don't care if it's from a lifetime. Okay, how many?
Geronda, Faith, who was in the documentary.
Thank you.
Hold on. Time out.
Hold on, but they're the only 2. But they're the only 2.
He's objecting. He's objecting. He don't want you to talk. Go ahead, keep talking.
But it's only 2.
What are you talking about?
Hey, listen.
Because
what are you talking?
Wait. I'm saying as far as the girls that are in the case is what we're talking about, right?
Yes.
Okay. So the only ones that did get any type of gain off of their story, off of their truths, off of what happened and their experience in life is Geronda Pace and Faith Rogers, because they were both in the documentary, but they didn't really get monetary gain. If you want to call $1,000 monetary gain, I mean, Geronda Pace might have made a hot little number off of her books, but that's it. They're the only 2.
So you're telling me that in the second interview, Jane Doe number 5 wasn't paid by CBS? Well, Gail King, she didn't get paid for that interview?
I object.
See, he want to object. He don't want the truth out.
Go ahead.
I object. Let me tell you why.
Yeah, Larry.
So you want to put a motherfucking tag on?
Nah, he mad.
Herpes and get beat up.
He mad now. He mad now.
Trying to eat, gotta call you daddy, nigga. You mad that I put out a stinking ass book I probably ain't make $30,000 on?
Right. That's the point. You
I-
act like they made millions of fucking dollars, Levi. They're not rich.
Man, don't worry about my motherfucking money.
I only asked the question, and Larry went crazy because I'm analytical with this thing. He can't deal with it. He can't deal with it.
Yes, that's why.
He can't deal with it.
What fucking price tag on my bank? Well, he made a book. So what?
R. Kelly made a book too. ¿Qué pasó?
They 50 of them motherfuckers.
If Diva was on the witness stand and I cross-examined her in front of 12 impartial jurors, and I asked her that same question, Miss Diva Divine, how many of the victims, alleged victims in this courtroom, do you see who have monetized their alleged victimhood? And can you please point them out? The jurors would have said, that's something to think about. That's all I do is just raise. Oh
my God, $1,000 ain't shit, bro.
I don't care if it was $500.
Man, listen,
Mira, R. Kelly probably gave them more money than that when he was with them.
So, Levi, how much do you think a lifetime of therapy cost?
Bro, what are you talking about? I'm not going to dignify that.
That is a legitimate question. If you have somebody that is traumatized and you cannot put time that it's going to take for a victim in this case to get over whatever they're traumatized about, we're just going to give a lifetime ticket on for the rest of your life. You're going to be able to go to therapy. How much do you think that costs?
If I answer that, then I'm going on the presumption that what you said is true about them being traumatized. What I'm saying to you is that they all told Dream Hampton they didn't want to see the man go to prison. What I'm saying to you is that
I say being traumatized, brother. I mean that you out Friday night at a restaurant. You the female.
Oh, I got you. I got you.
Yeah, it's 10 years later.
I got you.
And it's a guy at the bar. He might smell good. He might have muscles. He might have a motherfucking Ferrari outside. He might have bought you a couple of drinks dinner. Now he talking about taking you out of there and taking you back to his house. And you sitting there and you got herpes. And you tell this man, that is traumatic.
Yeah, that's very traumatic, bro. I'm sorry.
Excuse me. Is it true or is it not that part of the deal was that Lifetime promised to get them therapy? And why didn't Lifetime do it? Is it possible that Lifetime knew they were lying?
Man, listen, fuck Lifetime.
I was just about to say, who gives a shit? Fuck a Lifetime.
Fuck Lifetime. They should sue them for $500 million. That's why they took that shit off TV.
Yeah,
and
they should.
They should sue Lifetime for $500 million. They took that shit off TV because they got a department. And when the transcripts came out, they found out that all that shit that they had on there, for the most part, was a motherfucking lie.
Well, it was enough to get them indicted.
Well, you know what? In reality, because with the whole thing with the parents is irrelevant to the case. It's irrelevant.
Wow.
It's all irrelevant.
Levi don't understand this.
Nah.
It's the law they're going by.
Listen, Levi, I can leave out my house right now, jump in the car and go down to the police station. And I can say, listen, right now, it's a guy named Levi over there. He got $35 million. He can kill 7 people in LA. He got the money over there right now. And they'll take every police car and they'll go to the house I say is at, and they'll walk in there, and it'll be no money. And Levi being that motherfucker, drinking some Hennessy and chilling on the couch. They can't go put Levi in jail. Wait a minute. They can't put Levi in jail. Levi ain't got $30 million. His cell phone record suggests that he been at home all motherfucking day. But guess what? If they look at Levi's phone and they see that he went into the bank at the time of a robbery in LA, if they find the money in the goddamn closet, guess what? Levi going to jail.
Right.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. When they conducted those wellness checks, they didn't find nothing wrong.
Say what now?
When they conducted those wellness checks at my cousin's residence, they walked out of there and said, "Hey, we don't see nothing wrong."
Okay.
Oh my God! Because the girls had to lie. Come on, Levi.
Hold on, Diva. But when they got Azriel's cell phone and they seen them videos of him coaching them what to say if a wellness check happened, That's where you get your coercion indictment.
Boom. Thank you. I didn't even think about that. I love you, Larry.
Well, I'm not, as I said, I'm not trying to regurgitate or revisit or recycle the same old arguments. I'm not coming that way. I'm going to study your videos. I ain't about to study what you're doing now. For real, I ain't gonna be out here half-handed now. And I'm about to refute a lot of things that it's really sad that y'all witnessed what went on before trial. You witnessed the gross malfeasance committed by his attorneys. I mean, you're talking about 2 years ago. We all talked about it. You saw it. But now you have the conviction. That's fine. That's fine. You got it. What I'm gonna do? But just be fair enough when they postpone this sentencing date again, and when this Perry Mason moment drops, and the whole world is shocked about how it's going to affect whether or not his case is overturned. Be fair enough. Listen, I'll tell you like this. Once he's convicted, I'll be fair enough to come on your show, Larry's show, and say, okay, he was convicted, fine. But just y'all be fair enough if this conviction is overturned to have, as they say, keep that same energy, because I'm going to keep it. You understand?
Good luck with that, bro.
All right, man, I got to give me some rest. Larry, y'all be staying up late. Well, I know Larry and Angie.
I took a nap, so yeah, I'm up.
All right. Well, I'll continue to watch your show. Thank you once again, y'all. Thank Diva for her hospitality.
Yeah, don't forget my name. Stop forgetting my name. It's Diva, yo, Diva.
Diva, yeah, Diva. Thank you for showing so much hospitality.
Yes, sir.
And like I said, I'm not on the rah-rah stuff, and let's continue to move forward because it's a lot to discuss. And I want to commend Larry for how he's approaching it. And this is what I've been waiting for. Listen, give me 10 seconds. I think it was Tears. Tears was like, I could tell Levi was happy when Larry came on that he's out. And I was like, yeah, I am, because this is my field. This is what I do. Intellectual discussion. This is what I live for. Analytics. I'm not comfortable beefing and F you and I kill your mama. And I ain't comfortable with, I never lived my life like that. So I welcome Larry back, and I welcome and I'm not saying that I'm going to engage him all the time, but I'm going to continue to watch him. I'm going to continue to watch his narration, his commentary, and I'm going to sharpen myself. So as this Chicago trial approaches, if it occurs, then I'll be ready.
If it occurs. Okay, Levi.
All right, y'all. Peace.
Peace. Thank you, brother.
All right, Diva, I'm gonna let you wrap it up.
Yes, sir.
And see what these kids is doing.
Yes,
Everybody,
sir.
thank you. Like, share, and subscribe. If you
Yeah,
have,
I love you, bro. Thank you for joining the members only, bro. You're official.
I got
You're
you.
official, a badass diva.
All right, man. If you have not subscribed and you in the chat, we're gonna be having more conversations like this. Go and subscribe and share and donate to Diva's channel. I think, sister, you have done a fantastic job with your channel.
Thank you, puppy.
Dope. I gotta get me a new intro now. That was dope.
Yeah. Oh, yo, if you want an intro, I can hook you up with my man's.
That's what's up. I definitely need his information.
Yeah, his name. You could subscribe to his channel too. It's his lordship. I'll hit you up with the link when I'm done. I'll hit you off.
Okay.
I love you, Larry. Thank you so much, puppy.
Love you too.
Yes, I'm glad our brother is home, guys. Killer, bring your ass up here. I know you want to say something, bro. Bring your ass up here. I just dropped the link. Bring your booty up here before I end this. Okay, so you can say some words to the family. Or anybody, if anybody wants to come up and you want to have some words real quick, before we end it. We got like 10 minutes. I'll give you guys at least 10 minutes if you want to come up and say something. Why Levi think What he feels really matters. And thank you, Justice, for subscribing. Thank you. And how are you, Monica? Welcome, welcome, Mama. Welcome, welcome. Everyone who's new in the chat, welcome, guys. I appreciate y'all. Killer, killer.
Yo,
What's up, Papito?
but no, man, I'm gonna have to rewatch the replay. I messed around and took a nap and missed everything. You can't
Yo,
take a
me
nap in
too.
these streets, boy.
Yo,
I watched the
fell asleep
game and
too,
took a
bro.
nap and shit. But I'm definitely gonna catch the replay. It sounded like it was very interesting.
Yeah, it was pretty good. It was good live. We spoke about the government's response to the sentencing, and regardless of whatever, they're looking at life for him, you know, and they feel like the minimum would be 25.
Well, the government said minimum 25.
25 would be the minimum, and they think he should get more because he deserves more according to all his crimes.
And Bojane said the minimum is what, 17?
17 and a half to 12.
17 and a half.
Right. That's not happening.
Yeah. I think he's getting nothing less than 80.
Right. Somebody said 9. I mean, that's basically what, you know.
When people hear me say that, but I always maintain that I don't want anybody to die in jail. If it was up to me, I would have gave him 25 myself. And I said that multiple times. Right. However, when I look at other cases similar to his, that's what I see. So when I say things like that, they think, "Oh, you just want him to die in jail." No, that's just the reality of the situation.
Is being real, right?
Right, exactly. Just the reality of the situation. Exactly. And based on people just similar to him, I always bring up Keith Raniere. Is it Raniere or Raniere?
Raniere.
Okay, Keith Raniere.
Raniere.
You know, I always look at his case, and his case is probably the one
that's similar.
That is damn near the most identical to his.
Yeah, just like Jeffrey, Keith, and R. Kelly's cases are more or less the same, and Maxwell.
No, Keith is damn near identical because he got the RICO with the minors and shit.
Yeah, so and the whole collateral and everything. Yeah,
his is the one that's really identical to his. He was first time offender, no priors.
Right.
And he got over 100 years.
Yes.
With less charges.
129, I believe, right? 145, something like that.
With less charges.
So, right. And now he's trying to fight an appeal saying that the FBI
of course you're gonna appeal
sabotaged him.
Of course you're gonna appeal it. You know, that's so I mean, we'll see. We will see. I think I'm glad Larry is back so I can stop taking these blows.
Right. Right. Listen, Larry's not trying to take any blows either, bro. He's not
yet, at least, because everybody happy to see him back, you know.
Yes.
So so it kind of worked itself out. I can sit back and chill for a minute.
Right.
And this was a good one. Hopefully we can see some more like this.
Yeah, we had a good run. You know, we tried to hold it down for Larry, you know, and the team. Like, that's what we did, man. That's what we did. We did that shit. We all did that shit collectively, and we held each other down. We might have had some ups and downs in between.
Right.
But
I mean, I look at it like this.
The family, so
I look at it like this. Them ups and downs was necessary.
Right. It made us better.
It made us who we is.
Yeah.
You know, and that's what it's about sometimes. And it ain't one the first time, it ain't gonna be the last time.
Right. And Karen J, I love you, mommy. You know, I just got a little disappointed in you, you know. That doesn't mean that I hate you or that I want you to stop hanging out over here or, you know, anything of that nature. I just was disappointed. So I just want you to know that I'm okay. All right. Just
I
letting you
can't
know
say
it's not that serious. All
I
right.
can't say Karen J has been one of the most
She's my
top
rider, but like I
contributors
said,
in
yes,
these
yes,
in these
yes,
streets for
yes,
real.
Keller. Yes, I agree. I totally agree. That's why I said I was just really disappointed,
I mean,
because
like I said,
and like I said, but I'm not trying to be petty either. You know what I mean? Because it's
and
just
like I said
paperwork. You
earlier,
know what
like
I'm
we
saying?
gonna bump our heads. Like it
But
wasn't the first time, ain't gonna be the last. So the
right.
thing is that we can work it out and get through it.
Yes. Yes. As adults. That's right. That's right. That's right. And that's what we try to do, spiritual. You know, we do it. We try to work the shit out behind the scenes as much as we can. Sometimes people bring it to the public, so we gotta address the shit in public. So it is what it is. But at the end of the day, we stick with each other. We're OCOV, one color, one voice. That's what it is. We support these women. We do agree to disagree with the other side. We try to be as mature as possible with these people. Yeah, we might joke and make fun and shit like that, but that's just what we do because that's what we're here for. And and to be serious and talk about the case and learn.
Man, Larry,
So
man, shout out to Larry, man. 'Cause I didn't catch everything, so I came in maybe the last 15, 20 minutes.
okay.
And he didn't skip a beat. He didn't skip a beat.
No, listen, because we've been keeping him, up to date with shit while he's been down, man.
Right.
I try to send him little documents, information. We all have, the ones that were in contact with him. We all have tried to keep him up to date with what's going on out here and also keep his mind focused on other shit and make sure that he stays out of trouble and he does what he has to do and come home quickly.
But yeah, he held it down today. Good shit.
Yeah. I love my Larry.
All right, Dave, I'm gonna get back in these damn.
Yes, puppy, and thank you so much. Thank you so much for all that you do. I appreciate you, bro. You already know.
You know what it is. All right, Dave.
Dios la bendiga. Okay. So yes. Jennifer is money hungry. She's a woman. How can she think that his behaviors are okay? I feel that's weird when you have a female lawyer as a defense lawyer representing a predator, a sex offender, someone who committed crimes against children or women or boys. I just find it to be the weirdest shit. Like, I don't get it. But you choose the field that you choose. And when you get a case, you just got to do your job. That's how I see it, Monica. Hey, Miss Showers. So once again, hello to everyone and good night to everyone. I appreciate all you guys for coming over. Y'all already know. If you're not subscribed to the channel, please subscribe to the channel. Gracias very mucho. And if you're on the replay, please make sure you leave a comment in the comment portion of the video. And when you subscribe, please make sure you put the notification on all. As well as, if you want, you can join my members only. It's $1.99. I give exclusive content. Guys, if you can, those who are members, show them the little perks they can have. You can do these emojis, bit emojis, in the comment section, and you can also put them in the chat. All right. And also, as a member, your badges, you get badges and you go levels up in badges, and your badges change month to month. So guys, thank you for coming. Larry, I love you. Levi, God bless you. Thank you very much for coming by. And Diva Divine Light is out. Y'all already know. Mwah. Peace. Bye.